car service to be any different. Why waste your time going to a dealership service department when Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to you? They service all makes, all models, and offer full parts and labor warranties. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to your door or office and service your vehicle while you're doing what you need to be doing, conducting that business meeting or mowing the lawn. Why take time out of your busy schedule when you don't have to? Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet's friendly, knowledgeable staff will come to you where you live or where you work for full service maintenance, from oil changes to tire rotations, brakes, batteries, multi-point inspections. They handle it all. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet is committed to delivering the best of the best to their customers. Trust them to service your vehicle where you're at home or at work. Skip the time-consuming and terminal wait at the dealership. Schedule your appointment at fordofhagerstown.com or hancockchevy.com.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Adventure takes you here, but much of it starts right here in West Virginia, where Toyota has lived alongside hardworking West Virginians for over 25 years, investing over $2 billion in the Buffalo manufacturing plant and bringing in over 2,000 jobs. And that helps fuel the local economy. Thanks for making Toyota the #1 selling brand in West Virginia. See your dealer and start your adventure today. Toyota, let's go places.
Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Hey. The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
We ask for a chance is fair.
We ask for a chance is fair.
Chance to equal our strife. Chance to do it there.
Chance to do it there.
We should win.
We should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
Faith and honor held high.
Faith and honor held high.
We should lose.
We should lose.
Stand by the road.
Stand by the road.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Day by day.
Day by day.
We get better and better.
We get better and better.
We can't beat.
We can't beat.
Boom, beat.
Who let the dogs out?
It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football, featuring the Martinsburg Bulldogs. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Good afternoon from Kilburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium for the Class 4A high school football semifinal matchup between the top-seeded Martinsburg Bulldogs and the 5th-ranked Huntington Highlanders. Pre-game shows brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Give them a call at 304-350-1931 or visit whmsystems.com. I'm Colin McLaughlin for Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me on the call is Dylan Bishop. Our on-site producer is John Alderton. Kenny May is our cameraman, and back at the studio is Nick Verzolini. Both teams one step closer to a state championship opportunity in the capital city of the Mountain State next week. And isn't it only fitting that once again in a semifinal it is Martinsburg and Huntington doing battle to get that opportunity.
Third year in a row. Huntington, they were able to get the win that first time. Went down to Huntington 2 years ago. And then, of course, last year, first year with Dave Walker back at the helm for the Bulldogs, they go back and they get their revenge. So all of that is settled. One apiece last 2 years. If you want to call it a tiebreaker, even though they obviously played more times than that. Here we are finally coming to Martinsburg for this semifinal. And the second time this year that they have come down here, the Highlanders. And Martinsburg sent a message in that game. They won handily, just like they have in every game this year outside of one. And that one, get the win today, maybe you go back and play them again, but got to get through the Highlanders first, a very talented team with a lot of Division I talent that gets the recognition down there at Huntington, and a team in Martinsburg which maybe should get more of that attention for Division I talent, but they play together as a Division I unit, pretty much. It's just dominant all year in, year out, under Coach Walker, and they're trying to get back to the state championship game again with him, and one last time here at home before they have the game to win it all.
Yeah, and on the other side of town is the other semifinal matchup this afternoon, also kicking off at 1:30 in Class 4A. It's the Spring Mills Cardinals playing host to the Hurricane Redskins. Later on in our check of the area schedule here in a few minutes, you'll hear from Coach Marcus Law of Spring Mills to preview that matchup, but this week it's the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Final.
Huntington's not going to go down without a fight, but it's a tall task against the Bulldogs.
Before we take our break, want to make sure we give out a shout-out for John Alderton to his 4 grandsons, Kason, Hudson, Jason, Ryder, tuning in to the pregame show right now, getting ready for kickoff at 1:30. Thank you to everybody that tunes in all season long as we now step aside, take our first break, and on the other side of that break, it'll be the check of the playoff schedule. You're tuned into West Virginia High School playoff football right here on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
The Skinner family has been representing West Virginians for more than 50 years.
We've changed the name of our firm to Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers because we want to be clear about what we do. We represent people who have been in car, truck, and other catastrophic accidents.
We're here to be a voice for the injured and vulnerable, and we take that job seriously with deep commitment to serving our clients wherever they are.
Just Google Skinner Accident Lawyer or visit SkinnerWins.com. We'll treat you like family.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the check of the playoff schedule, brought to you by Rock's Local Markets. With convenient locations around the Eastern Panhandle, fast, fresh, friendly, Rock's. It's down to the final 4 teams in 4A. Both semifinal contests feature the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference versus the Mountain State Athletic Conference. Our semifinal game is Huntington at Martinsburg this afternoon. The other semifinal game is on the other side of town as Spring Mills hosts Hurricane. Earlier this week, Nick Verzolini talked to Coach Marcus Law to preview the game.
We're now joined by the head coach of the Spring Mills Cardinals, Marcus Law. Coach, coming off of the 14-7 win over Morgantown last week to put you guys in the state semifinals for the first time in program history. Just talk about the win last week and what you liked from your team and what are some things that you maybe wish you could have done better.
Well, I mean, first of all, it's an honor to be this far into the season here. We even talked yesterday in practice how, it's not very often that teams make it this far, and for some guys, it takes forever for them to be able to get here. So it's one of those things we're absolutely proud to be to this point here and hoping to keep this thing rolling. Obviously, the Morgantown game, there were things that went well for us, things that were tougher. Thought Morgantown's defense played tremendously, certainly came up for the challenge. They did some things scheme-wise that were a little bit different from what we're used to seeing, but our guys were able to get back right to the game plan and get a W there. It's one of those things, too, wins and wins. Sometimes they're pretty, sometimes they're ugly. But, even when you get the ugly ones, it helps you face a little bit of adversity and kind of pushes you for the next challenge there. But definitely a great game.
Coach, you kind of mentioned it in that first answer, but what does it really mean to the program to reach this milestone for the first time in program history, and for you as well, considering you weren't even in the head coaching job a few years ago?
Yeah, it means everything, and I put it out for the kids, man, because our seniors here. When we first kind of moved over to the area, they were our young guys, and just seeing how we were on the wrong end of things multiple times, and take an example of a kid like Max. I can remember him after some games just wanting to do better, wanting to be better, and it's kind of one of those driving forces that we've used in the weight room. That if we want to change our fortune around, we've got to start there in the weight room, and they've absolutely risen up to the challenge. For me, I'm just proud to be here at Spring Mills High School. It's been my goal, our coaching staff's goal, is to try to put the best product out there that we possibly can, and just make our Spring Mills community proud again.
And Coach, you guys, like you said, saw some different things in that Morgantown game. So how have you been trying to adjust to that, knowing that most likely Hurricane's going to try to replicate a lot of the things that they did well?
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. We get that extra day this week. We certainly spent some time on that. And again, most of the things from Morgantown, it's just the physicality piece that we knew they were going to bring to it as well. We had things in place that, whatever reason may be, it just didn't go our way. But we're certainly got some of those things fixed and then ready for the challenge this Saturday.
And still in that win, your defense plays great. Hold them to just 7 points. So we talked to Coach Hessen last week, but just what do you think that will be the keys for that unit this week as they go up against a Hurricane offense that has been number 1 in 4A?
Yeah. Oh, man, that offense can certainly, on the drop of dime, they can get things rolling. I mean, from the quarterback position to the wide receivers to H-back, they certainly can. We're going to have to depend a lot on our defensive line. The Prophets, Xavier, and Abel there just to kind of do the things they've been doing up to this point and kick things to the extra drive. Our DBs are going to have to recognize where certain players are at. And we're certainly going to have to rally to the ball and tackle. And that's kind of one of the things that we've done a great job up to this point is just getting 11 guys being relentless pursuit to the football.
And we mentioned it, number 1 offense for them. You guys have had obviously a great defense. So it's the strength versus strength there, and Hurricane not your typical, I guess you could say, 6 seed. So just when you look at that matchup in particular, what are some things that you're really excited about, just seeing their offense and also your defense, and just how exciting that is to have number 1 versus number 1, and where do you think, I guess, you guys kind of hold some advantages?
Well, I mean, I think offensively for us, they kind of give us some things that we kind of we could run. Some of the things that we were able to do at the beginning of the season, and of course they're going to watch film and they'll have a game plan. So it's kind of one of those chess match. You know, you can start off with something, but you got to have answers for everything they kind of do there. We're hoping to be able to get a little more, definitely get the run game going, and then hopefully get our receivers involved more than kind of what they were last week. Special team wise, I think that's going to be as crucial as any phase of the football game. You look at some of the guys they got able to return the football with some elite class speed there. We're going to have to be very strategic and strain a little bit more, especially on the kickoff and punt teams. Defensively, I definitely want to challenge our corners, our DBs. We've taken pride in those positions right there, and certain opportunity for them to go against the best.
All right, Coach, I guess we'll wrap it up since hopefully we'll be able to talk to you next week and have one more fun question for you. But our last fun question here before that will be this week is, with it being December, what's your favorite Christmas movie?
Oh, man. My kids and I, we really enjoyed, was it a Christmas Chronicles that came out a few years ago, the first one? That was pretty good. And so if I had to do something newer, it'd definitely be that one. And you can always go with, like, the Christmas Story.
That concludes the Rocks Local Markets check of the playoff schedule. Again, our game tonight is the number 1 seed Martinsburg Bulldogs playing host to the number 5 seed Huntington Highlanders. We'll continue more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show right after this. You're tuned into West Virginia High School playoff football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
The thing I'm most passionate about with my clients is that 95% of them that come to me, they've never been in trouble in their lives. They've got careers, promising futures, things that matter.
So thankfully, after it was all said and done, I had no DUI and I had no more stress facing me or my family.
When you're on the fence whether to hire a DUI attorney, I always say that you really cannot afford not to. My name is Harley Wagner. My law practice has been exclusively focused on driving under the influence cases throughout the state of West Virginia.
So what? So what? It's not going to be easy. It's going to be really hard. We're going to have to work at it every day, but I want to do that because I want you. I want you and me forever, every day. What do you want? What do you want? Come on, what do you want?
What do you want?
I want Panhandle dumpsters for the first month free.
Use the promo code to get the first month free.
Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we continue the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. About 40 minutes away from kickoff between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and Huntington Highlanders in this afternoon's semifinal game, as we now take a look at the visitors from Huntington who enter this afternoon's game with a 11-1 record, just like Martinsburg, and that one loss comes to that same team as well, the Bulldogs, in Week 2 here at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, 47-15. Obviously, a lot has changed since that time, right? It's still very early on in the season. Teams have progressed, learned some new things, and have gotten stronger over time. That's on both sides, though, so will whatever it's been for Huntington be enough to eclipse how much Martinsburg's progressed and pull off an upset like they did a few years ago at their place.
If we look back at week 2, it was a fairly competitive game at halftime. Martinsburg opened up 14-0 after the first quarter, but the teams went back and forth. Huntington won the second quarter 15-14 for a halftime score of 28-15. So if you told Huntington today, I think, that they were down 13 points at the half, I think they would feel okay about where they are. I think most people would probably say, okay, if you're down a couple touchdowns to Martinsburg at the half, it'll probably open up more in the second half. That's what happened in the first game. Martinsburg added on 13 in the third and 6 in the fourth for a final score of 47-15. But I think that it was maybe a little closer than the final score suggested, because this is, like we mentioned, a really talented team. Let's go back to last week. Keegan Sack had 29 carries for 185 yards and 4 rushing touchdowns against Wheeling Park. And Avante Crawford was 12 of 15 for 228 passing yards and no interceptions. No touchdowns either, but they ran in all of their touchdowns for a 51-39 win. Now, the issue is if you're giving up 39 points to Wheeling Park, chances are Martinsburg's going to be able to get more points up on the board against you. But part of that is maybe Huntington having quick possessions of their own on offense scoring points. So
that game also on Wheeling Island with snow,
yes,
as a factor too last week. Might I add.
Different weather. Like I said, this is a talented team. Keegan Sack has 1,440 rushing yards and 29 rushing touchdowns on the year, and throw in Za Jackson, only 42 carries and almost 400 yards rushing. So he's talented. And Avante Crawford, I think, is one of the better quarterbacks we've seen play against Martinsburg just this year, just from a pure passing standpoint. He can run the ball too. So, like I said, this is a fantastic Huntington team that can beat anybody, just about anybody in the state. But when I say just about, Martinsburg is probably in that other group. Yeah, that's what it seems like. So I don't expect something a whole lot different from the last game. I'd be really surprised if Huntington won this game, but that's more of a credit to Martinsburg, who we'll talk about in the next segment.
Let's step aside and take that break so we can get to the next segment. But during the break, we'll hear from Billy Seals, head coach of Huntington. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
The Skinner family has been representing West Virginians for more than 50 years.
We've changed the name of our firm to Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers because we want to be clear about what we do. We represent people who have been in car, truck, and other catastrophic accidents.
We're here to be a voice for the injured and vulnerable, and we take that job seriously with deep commitment to serving our clients wherever they are.
Just Google Skinner Accident Lawyer or visit SkinnerWins.com. We'll treat you like family.
Suffers from the disease of addiction, help is available from the Berkeley County Quick Response Team with peer recovery coaches and support promptly to the homes of those who've recently experienced an overdose. This collective effort towards recovery brings resources and services to the community, including naloxone and treatment options. Call 304-267-1313 or visit the Berkeley County Recovery Resource Center at 800 Emmett Rouse Drive, Martinsburg. The Berkeley County Quick Response Team is funded through a DHHR grant with the Berkeley-Morgan County Health Department.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for our coaches interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. Now joined by the head coach of Huntington, Billy Seals. Coach Seals, your team gets a road win in the quarterfinals last week, 51-39 at Wheeling Park to advance to the semifinals this week against Martinsburg. Just give me your overall thoughts about last week's game.
Well, tough environment. Wheeling Park's a very good football program, and I don't think we played as well as we needed to in the first half. That's for sure on defense, and but you got to give Wheeling Park some credit. They did some nice things, and we had some misalignments on defense that allowed them to have big gains. But I felt like our kids were composed at halftime, and I thought we played much better in the second half. And man, our offense played really good last week.
As I mentioned, you get a opportunity in the semifinals this week against Martinsburg. It's kind of become a rivalry between the Bulldogs and your Highlanders just because of the recent matchups in the postseason. Do you feel the same on your guys' side of things with that rivalry mentality when you go up against Martinsburg?
Well, our guys are always excited to play, and obviously Martinsburg is the premier program in the state, and our guys are looking forward to the opportunity. We played them week 2, and they handled us week 2, up in Martinsburg, and I know our guys are excited to play again. Anytime you can make the semifinals, you're going to play a good opponent. But it seems like here in the last 5 years, there's been a whole lot of Martinsburg-Huntington matchups, whether that be in the state finals or the semifinals. I think this will be the 4th year in a row that we've played.
And you mentioned that week 2 matchup as well. You're in Martinsburg. What were some things that you felt like your team did well in that game, and what are some things that you feel like they didn't do well in that game?
Well, we number one, you're early in the year. We probably defensively didn't have some guys in positions that they could be successful in, and that's kind of the early part of the year. You're trying to figure out who can do what and where the best fit for those players are schematically in your program. And, I think we've improved there. The week 2 game, we got to be able to tackle in space. We didn't do a great job on defense. But, again, give Martinsburg credit, man. Coy Fagan is I'm sorry. If there's anybody out there any better, I'd like to see him. I mean, he's a fabulous football player, and they got a lot of weapons. The bunny kid out at receiver, and at that time in week 2, due to some injuries, at one time we had 5 sophomores on the field. So, when you're playing somebody like Martinsburg and every sophomore you have on the field sometimes is a negative just due to the environment and the tempo they play with, and they play 48 minutes hard, and it's just a little bit of an eye-opener for some young guys. But I think we're a better football team than we were week 2, and I'm sure that they're much improved from week 2 as well.
On your guys' end, that clearly shows, because when you look at the schedule, the only blemish is that Martinsburg game. Pretty dominant outcomes the rest of the way up until this point. Do you feel like here heading into the semifinals that you guys are playing your best football?
I think we've played pretty well all year long, and as you stated, we lost week 2, and I'm proud of our kids. They come out every week regardless of the opponent. They work hard during the week of practice. We try to improve on things, whether we're, somebody said today at school, man, I saw y'all out there at 6 o'clock last night. It was awful cold. And I said, well, whether we're playing somebody that's not very good or the premier program in the state, we're out there getting work in. And so our guys have bought into that. And, I think we're going to go out and play our best football on Saturday, and hopefully it's enough to win the game. Our guys, we expect to win the game, and we know it's going to be a tough out against a really good football program. But we got faith in ourselves and in our program that we can go up and compete and give ourselves a chance to win it in the 4th.
Who are some of the guys so far this postseason that have really stepped up to allow you another opportunity in a semifinal?
I think our offensive line has played well. they've continued to get better as the season has went on. Keegan Sack has played really well all year long. I mean, he's right around 1,400 yards rushing. Week 2, Avante Crawford had gotten hurt in preseason and was just kind of very, very limited. And so he's continued to improve and come back from his injury. And, Zaw Jackson's been banged up a little bit, so he's continued to improve as we went on and, continues to make plays for us. And then Tavion Wilson. I mean, Tavion, again, is a kid that went down in the Week 2 game very early in that game and, has kind of battled some injuries this year. But we're as healthy as we're going to be. I mean, you're in week, 15 now? I mean, we're going to have some bumps and bruises and things like that, but we're as full strength as we can be.
What's that final message going to be like to your team before you take the field against Martinsburg?
Now you're 48 minutes from getting an opportunity to play for your third state championship in 4 years, and, that's kind of been the message this week. We got to take it one play at a time. It's going to be a heavyweight fight. There's going to be body blows, and they're going to make plays, and we're going to make plays. And then we just got to continue to stay the course and realize, you're 48 minutes from playing for a state championship again. And, our guys are excited, and I'm excited to get to play Martinsburg again. I mean, just a really good, fine program. Got a lot of respect for Dave Walker. We're buddies. We talk in the off season, and just looking forward to playing the game. Not looking forward to the 5.5-hour ride.
I don't blame you for that. Thank you for the time, Coach, and best of luck Saturday, and have a safe trip.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That was our coach's interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. We'll be back with more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show right after this. You're tuned into West Virginia High School playoff football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Tomorrow's success begins with today's preparation. Give your child a pathway to flourish and thrive with a well-rounded education. Enrollment is now open at the Classical Christian Academy in Martinsburg. Visit tcca.life/information. Tomorrow's success begins with today's preparation. Give your child a pathway to flourish and thrive with a well-rounded education. Enrollment is now open at the Classical Christian Academy in Martinsburg. Visit tcca.life/information.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Most insurance companies see you as a claim number. Most law firms see you as a case file. When their top priority is their bottom line, you only get a fraction of the attention that you deserve. At the law firm of Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, it's personal. We listen to our clients to see the whole picture, because every part of you is important. For a team built on relationships and results, call Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson at 304 Lawyers, or visit us at burkeandschultz.com.
We welcome you back here, about 25 minutes or so away from kickoff in this semifinal game between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and Huntington Highlanders as Martinsburg finishes its warm-ups, and we'll head back to the locker room. Huntington still, as of right now, out on the field as we take a look at Martinsburg. A 56-14 win last week at home against Parkersburg South in the quarterfinals, where everything was just clicking for this team once again. The ground game with a fantastic performance of 305 rushing yards, with a lot of them coming from the Gatorade Player of the Year now in West Virginia, Coy Fagan, and then defensively, 5 interceptions in that game as well.
Yeah, I think they did a great job of getting to the quarterback and causing pressure. And there was varying reasons that each interception happened, but you can chalk up a lot of them to, the credit to the Martinsburg defense. And of course, Coy Fagan is the best player in the state. He just was named Gatorade Player of the Year, just yesterday, I think it was. More than deserving of that, and the Kennedy Award.
Hopefully soon.
Right. So, last game, the Martinsburg defense was able to slow down the Highlanders offense. Keegan Sack, Avante Crawford, Sal Jackson, and them, as we just mentioned, Tavion Wilson and Jamari Tubbs on the outside at receiver. And if they can do that again, Huntington's not winning this game with 15 points. It's just not going to happen. Or a scoreless second half like they had last time in week 2. Now, can Huntington's defense play a better game, allow less than 47 points? I think they can. Will they? I think it's a bit of a toss-up there. I think that just Martinsburg team is just so structurally sound and strong up front on the offensive and defensive lines that it just sort of collapses other teams to where it's hard to stop the run, it's hard to run the ball, it's hard to have time to throw, it's hard to put pressure on the other quarterback. It's just they are so structurally sound is how I put it. And it's just like the infrastructure, the pillars, the base, the foundation of the team is just so strong that even a Category 5 hurricane couldn't blow this team over, it feels like.
And they've clearly hit a second level so far in the playoffs, already outscoring opponents 133-21 in only 2 games. So good luck, Huntington, in trying to stop both sides' attack.
The one hope, I think, for Huntington would be that Spring Mills played them close. Watch that film closely, see what you can replicate with your athletes that you have. Huntington might be one of the only teams that can replicate the type of athletes that Spring Mills has. So can you take lessons from that game? It was week 2. Maybe you didn't know your team fully at that point. So that's the one hope for the Highlanders, I think.
Step aside, take another break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. During that break, we'll hear from Martinsburg head coach Dave Walker, as well as a few Bulldog players. This is West Virginia High School playoff football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
With a great selection comes great possibilities. And at CMA's CDJR of Martinsburg, the possibilities are endless. Shop our amazing selection of new vehicles like the Ram 1500. And right now, save on new Jeeps like the Wrangler and Grand Cherokee models. Plus, every Jeep purchase comes with our Jeep Wave program. So wherever your possibilities take you, you'll be connected. Shop CMA's CDJR of Martinsburg today. Owners just care more.
You feel that in the air? The precision passes of expletives thrown from a jersey-clad warrior to his TV, his dog, or anyone that'll listen. It's time for tailgating and showing off those parking lot picnics. Just remember, when you come out of the fourth quarter to 5 new dents, remember Cody's Auto Body is your MVP. I can erase those dents, just not the memory of your team's awful record. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body. That's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
It's not rocket science. Get a 12-piece chicken for $12 at happy hour from 5 to 7 p.m. with the Rocks app.
Order number N58.
It's not rocket science. Get a 12-piece chicken for $12 at happy hour from 5 to 7 p.m. with the Rocks app.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for our coaches interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. Now joined by the head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Dave Walker, as well as the juice man, Sharif Williams. You guys get another big win for quarterfinals last week, and now it's an opportunity with a semifinal matchup once again against Huntington. But first, just give me your thoughts about last week's game, Coach Walker.
I mean, I was pleased with the outcome, obviously. I thought once we settled in, I thought we played pretty well. Started off with a big defensive turnover for a score. But I thought we'd come out and execute pretty well as the game went on. I thought we got better.
What do you like about that game, Juice Man?
Yeah, I think we got better.
Just getting better. Obviously, it's Huntington back on the schedule. It's become a rivalry. What do you like about the matchup when Bulldogs go up against the Highlanders?
It's kind of crazy. It's like Ohio State and Michigan. We don't like each other.
Let's get your thoughts on that matchup here this week, Coach Walker.
Well, I mean, I think it's two of the better programs in the state. I think both teams have very talented players and really good coaches. And anytime, I think it's good for high school football. So I enjoy the matchup, the game. I think it's just makes for a really great atmosphere.
With that, it's a Saturday game this week. Once again, getting to play in the afternoon, so an extra day of preparation for that as well. What's kind of been, I guess, the vibe of the team? How do they respond so far this week with another step closer to a state championship?
Well, I think they've done pretty well. I mean, the elements, it's feel like kind of one of those orca whales flying through the Arctic trying to find a seal to eat or something. I mean, it's really cold out here, and we're trying to get in as much work as we can, as quick as we can. But they've handled the weather and the elements pretty well. Hopefully, they're having an extra day gives us another day to prepare.
A lot of people look at this cold weather and just for players' bodies, obviously, making sure muscles don't get tight and everything else with maybe some standing around and not always getting fully stretched out. How do you make sure that isn't the case for your team?
I mean, we are always trying to get them to stretch and do some things, even before they come out. So we do a lot of dynamic stretching and some movement stuff. So they should be pretty loose.
As we kind of already mentioned, it's Huntington. Yet again, you guys played them earlier this year. What do you feel like are some things that went well, if you can remember that game?
I mean, I thought defensively we played pretty well. We gave up a couple big plays, but I thought we played pretty well. Offensively, started out had a really good drive and hit some big plays as well. But I think they're a lot better team. We're both teams are better now, and I think they're different. I think they're a different team, and I think we're a different team as well.
What do you feel like specifically some of those differences are? And I guess we'll start with them and then get to you guys.
Well, the thing I've noticed with them offensively, they've become more explosive. I think they've really are taking advantage of mismatches, and they're getting their athletes out in space, and they got some guys that can really run. I think they got 4 or 5 D1 guys, so they're doing a really good job of creating big plays. As far as us, I think we're a little better up front. I think our line play's gotten a little better on both sides of the ball as the year went on. I think our back end has gotten a little better. And I think overall, I think our guys are playing a little smarter. We've cut down, and since the playoffs, we've cut down on our penalties a little bit, so I think it's big for us right now.
So far here in the playoffs, the ground game has been huge. Even a freshman, Kevin Myers, has stepped up with Nick Buskey not being fully healthy. What's his status, I guess, entering this week as well, and how nice has it been to know how much depth you have in that position group?
He's good to go, so he'll be playing. I mean, it's good to have guys you think that you feel confident enough to put in that can get the job done. So we've created a little depth throughout the season in that position.
And of course, with the ground game, it's not only the running backs for your team, it's sometimes the wide receivers, but mostly quarterbacks, Brian Dick here and there, but Coy Fagan obviously having a very special season. The more we talk with people that we know around the state, the more it sounds like they are potentially even bought in as well for him being the best player in the state and maybe even winning the Kennedy Award. You being his head coach, how special of a season has it been, you feel like, for him, and what would your pitch be to give him that award?
I mean, he's had a great year, and he's such a pleasure to be around. I think he's obviously the best player in the state. I don't think it's close, but I'm a little biased. We've had some really, really great players here over the years, and they didn't win the State Player of the Year award. Not, or some of them have won maybe the Gatorade, but not the Kennedy. That's something I don't have any control over. I don't have I don't vote on it or whatever. So, I can tell people what I think, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the sports writers who decide that. But there's no doubt in my mind. I think he's the best player in the state.
All right, Coach, any other thoughts about this week's game? If not, we'll let you try to move around, warm up here, and get to the fun question.
All right, let's do it.
Fun question, with it almost being Christmas, favorite Christmas movie?
The Grinch.
Grinch? New one or old one?
I like the old one.
The old one, the Dr. Seuss commercial, or Dr. Seuss animated one, or that live action one?
The live action.
Okay. That's a good one. It is. How about you, Coach?
It's a Wonderful Life.
Wonderful Life.
Yeah. Jimmy Stewart. You don't get any better than that.
Thank you guys for the time this year, as always, and, of course, best of luck against Huntington.
All right, thank you.
That was our coaches interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, back with more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show right after this. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Life is evolving. Over the past decade, the way we do almost everything has changed. Get on your phone, see something you like, click on it, and it shows up at your door. Why should the way you have your car serviced be any different? Why waste your time going to a dealership service department when Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to you? They service all makes, all models, and offer full parts and labor warranties. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to your door or office and service your vehicle while you're doing what you need to be doing, conducting that business meeting or mowing the lawn. Why take time out of your busy schedule when you don't have to? Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet's friendly, knowledgeable staff will come to you where you live or where you work for full service maintenance, from oil changes to tire rotations, brakes, batteries, multi-point inspections. They handle it all. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet is committed to delivering the best of the best to their customers. Trust them to service your vehicle where you're at home or at work. Skip the time-consuming and terminal wait at the dealership. Schedule your appointment at fordofhagerstown.com or HancockChevy.com.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for our player interviews, brought to you by the Marius Group from Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Call them today at 304-263-4343. Stop in, schedule an appointment at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. As I'm now joined by the center of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Cade Marshall. Cade, final home game, semifinal opportunity, chance to potentially go to states. It's against Huntington. How's the excitement been for the team so far this week?
Oh, we've all been excited all week. That's all we can talk about. Just looking forward to the game. Huntington's an amazing team, and these games are where you find yourself and find out who you are playing these great teams.
You guys already played them this year, a few months ago here in the regular season. What do you feel like you guys did well in that game, if you can remember that far back?
We just ran the ball. Our coaches told us these past couple of meetups, whoever's won these games between us has been able to run the ball, and that's what we were able to do. We were able to move the line of scrimmage and just really run the ball.
What do you feel like you bring as a strength to be able to help contribute to that with the offensive line?
Definitely my strength. I've really worked hard this season, making sure all my maxes get up there. But also just my knowledge of the playbook. Been here 4 or 5 years. And in Little League, we ran the same playbook that Martinsburg runs. So just knowledge of the playbook, knowledge of the plays and everything.
What are you guys hoping to really key in on Saturday against Huntington?
Identifying the blitzers and make sure our pass protection is really good and just being able to run the ball.
All right, Kate, anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Now joined by wide receiver and safety for Martinsburg, Braden Miller. Braden, semifinal opportunity against Huntington once again for you guys. It's kind of become a rivalry over the past few years. How's that feeling knowing once again they're back here in Martinsburg?
It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to see a team twice, because if you beat them a second time, then that really shows it wasn't luck and it was just pure skill and hard work.
What do you remember from that game?
I remember we limited the explosive plays and then took their momentum away and just jumped on them early, which I think we should do next time.
Obviously, long time has passed since then. How do you feel like the team's definitely grown since that beginning of the season?
I think we've grown mentally by just like plays and formations, and based off like other teams we've seen, being able to work on our own stuff, our own skills, and kind of just more mature and more experience.
It's the final time playing at home. What's that feeling like so far this week?
It's a bittersweet moment, knowing this is my last home game on this field, and going to be a good one too, I believe. Just a year, I've had a lot of memories here, so it's a good and a bad feeling at the same time, but hopefully we can leave off on a win.
What do you guys feel like you need to accomplish to get that win?
I think just limiting the explosive plays. Huntington's a real explosive offense, and I think they're looking for any momentum that they can get. Long bus ride, winner go home, winner goes to state championship. So I think we don't let them have any momentum. They're going to have a few good plays here and there, but I think if we limit them and then we do what we do and stay consistent, I think we'll take this game.
All right, Braden, thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Best of luck. That was our player interviews brought to you by the Marius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Call them today at 304-263-4343. Stop in, schedule an appointment at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back with more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show right after this. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency, BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna call my parents. Dad, come over. The brisket's done.
The Traeger Connected Experience. Everything you need for epic flavor. And then some.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
One of the questions lawyers get asked the most is, what is my case worth?
I'm Steven Skinner, and this is my brother Andrew with Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers.
The truth is, it's very difficult for a lawyer to pinpoint a number because every case is different.
We get to know each situation and we'll give you an idea of what your case is worth and why.
The sooner we get involved, the better we can do getting you the compensation you deserve.
Google Skinner Lawyers or go to skinnerwins.com. We'll treat you like family.
We're 5 minutes away from kickoff, so let's get today's starting lineups brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs. Visit them online at bodwellinsurancesolutions.com or call 304-283-0864. Here's the projected starters for Huntington on offense. At left tackle, Mason Ramsey. Left guard, Aaron McPherson. Center, Titus Pratt. Right guard, Colin Gadd. And right tackle, Wyatt Adkins. Tight end, Antonio Pascal. Wide receivers, Tavion Chandler and Jamari Tubbs. Running backs, Zah Jackson and Keegan Sack. At quarterback, Avante Crawford. Defensively for Huntington up front, projected starters are Braxton Mount, Aaron McPherson, Jeremiah Lyles, and Max Bowen. Linebackers, Landon Miller, Bryce Winkfield, and Elias King. Corners, Dante Newsome and Tavion Chandler. Safety, Zah Jackson and Keegan Sack. For Martinsburg, projected starters at left tackle, Peyton Kaufman, left guard, Brady Breeden, centers, Cade Marshall, right guard, Xavier Pollard, right tackle, Jordan Kovacs, wide receivers, Kyrie Bunny, Boston Todd, Jay-Sean Dirting, and Braden Miller are the projected starters. Running back, Nick Buskey. At quarterback, the Gatorade Player of the Year, Coy Fegan. Defensively up front, it'll be Frankie Urias, Peyton Kaufman, and Xavier Pollard. Linebackers, Ty Ricketts, Nick Buskey, Ace Flores, and Brian Zick. Corners, Mason Wally and Kingston McDonald Gibson. And at safeties, Braden Miller and Coy Fegan. Let's now get our keys to the game, brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Centers, leading healthcare here and everywhere as Martinsburg takes the field.
Well, for Martinsburg, it's all about avoiding the self-inflicted errors, win the turnover battle, avoid turnovers at all costs, and penalties, especially on the defensive side. Don't let Huntington extend their drives on offense. For the Highlanders, can you generate explosive plays? You're not going to be able to consistently, go 3 yards in a cloud of dust down the field for 15-play touchdown drives against Martinsburg. Can you get those explosive plays down the field? And easier said than done, make someone other than the Gatorade Player of the Year, Coy Fegan, beat you today. Can you get the ball out of his hands? Make the running backs take their hand off. Slow down the QB run and take away the passing game.
Let's get our intro to game officials now, brought to you by Panhandle Dumpsters. Sign up with Panhandle today at panhandledumpsters.com and use promo code TV10 to get your first month free. Tonight, or this afternoon's officiating crew, referee Sam Jones, umpire Pete Tambrello, line judge is Rennie Kasinsu, linesman is John Tinko, field judge Dave Davis, side judge Ricky Moore, back judge is Vince Levi. As we step aside, take our final break. When we come back, it'll be time for kickoff between Martinsburg and Huntington. This is the state semifinal matchup on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Most insurance companies see you as a claim number. Most law firms see you as a case file. When their top priority is their bottom line, you only get a fraction of the attention that you deserve. At the law firm of Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, it's personal. We listen to our clients to see the whole picture, because every part of you is important. For a team built on relationships and results, call Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson at 304 Lawyers, or visit us at burkeandschultz.com.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Who let the dogs out?
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football. Today's game is being brought to you by
Orsini's Home Store, Century 21 Modern Realty Results, Cody's Auto Body, The Palace Lounge, CMA Honda, the Berkeley County Health Department, Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, Brown's Funeral Home and Cremations, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, CMA Chrysler Dodge, WVU East, the law firm of Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, RAI Properties, Parsons Ford, Rocks, John Hardy, Gary Kelly Allstate, and Panhandle Dumpsters.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
We welcome you back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. It's time for the state semifinal between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and Huntington Highlanders. Huntington won the toss and elected to receive the opening kick. They will defend the left end zone, Martinsburg to defend the right end zone. I'm Colin McLaughlin for Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our on-site producer is John Alderton. Kenny May is running our camera. Back in the studio is Nick Verzolini. Opening kickoff is brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department. Prevent, Promote, Protect, offering public, clinical, and environmental services at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Bulldogs wearing the all-black uniforms today with the orange numbers outlined in white. For Huntington, it's the green helmets with yellow face masks, white tops with the green numbers outlined in gold, and green pants. As Sam Collins on to kickoff for the Bulldogs. Back to return it is Za Jackson, the now officially signed commit to West Virginia University. Kick high end over end into the end zone for a touchback. So Huntington will start with a first and 10 at the 20-yard line, excuse me.
All right, Huntington starts with the ball. Can you get your offense out to a quick start? Go up 7-0 and have the Bulldogs play from behind. That's the game script that you want if you're the Highlanders. Maybe force Coy Fagan to have to drop back and pass a little bit more. But it all starts with getting points on offense.
Crawford with Sack lined up behind him in the pistol. Sends a man in motion from the right side of the line over to the left. Goes with a hard count and gets Pollard to jump offside on the very first play. And a 5-yard penalty will make it 1st and 5.
Well, I think a hard count is pretty deliberate there. Martinsburg's had some trouble with penalties throughout the year. And you get things started. Now you're working with a 1st and 5 to get the chains moving.
Go back to that formation now with the 1st and 5. Crawford takes the snap, hands it off to Sack, who tries to go up the middle, but the hole closes, so he goes back, tries to find another hole, and Nick Buskey's there along with Ty Ricketts and Kovacs for a loss of 2 on the play, and that'll make it a 2nd down and 7 now.
And Nick Buskey, early on, he didn't play last week. It seems to be nursing an injury. I think it seemed like he's been playing at less than 100% pretty much all year, especially or maybe after the first few games. But they rested him last week, maybe in preparation for this game.
Actually, 2nd and 6, only a 1-yard loss on that carry. Ball at the 24-yard line. 2 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. They go with a orbit motion and some motion up front on the line, and it's another encroachment penalty called against Martinsburg.
Well,
and that time it's Peyton Kaufman.
What did I say? Key to the game, the penalties on defense to extend Huntington drives. The first play that Huntington gets off, you tackle him in the backfield, but you're giving them 10 free yards, which, if it was anything other than a loss on that first play, you would have given him a free 1st down.
So 2nd and 1 at the 29 in our opening quarter, just a minute in to the game. Vontae Crawford, shotgun formation. 2 receivers to far side, 1 to the near side. And go with a halfback toss to Sack to the left. And he's going to be tackled for a loss by Peyton Kaufman, and that'll bring up a 3rd down and 3 after the 2-yard loss.
That's exactly why they need to stay disciplined. When they don't beat themselves, give up those free yards, more often than not, that's what the Martinsburg defense is going to do. On the offensive side, too, with holding penalties. If you don't beat yourself, the only team that's going to beat Martinsburg probably is Martinsburg.
3rd and 3 at the 27-yard line. Martinsburg appears to potentially be sending a blitz. As Crawford gets a snap, rolls to the near side, and he's going to be sacked by Nick Buskey at the 15-yard line. There you go, Nick Buskey. His presence being felt on the very first drive defensively after not playing at all last week. And on comes the punt team for Huntington.
I think it was a smart decision to go with a play action there on 3rd and short. I think Crawford had a man open down the field. The problem is the pressure had gotten into his face pretty immediately. And Nick Buskey, he looks fresh. He looks dangerous.
Price on to punt, sends it to the near side and shanks it. And it lands out of bounds at the 37-yard line or so, as Martinsburg will get the ball with 9:25 left in the first quarter. It remains scoreless here in the semifinal between the Bulldogs and Highlanders.
Look what your defense sets up for your offense. It's a three-aspect game: offense, defense, special teams. Martinsburg dominated the defense. Huntington had a special teams mistake, and now Bulldogs offense, great field position.
2 receivers to each side. Fegan shotgun formation, takes the handoff. It's a read option as he fakes it to Brian Dick and runs forward up the middle and will get across the 35 and be brought down at around the 33-yard line, so a gain of 4 will make it 2nd down and 6. Coley now lets Dick to his right side, still with 2 receivers to each side of the formation. As he takes the snap, drops back looking to pass, throws it to the near side. It's caught by Durding. Durding slips through a tackle and now goes to the 25, just outside the numbers before being tackled. And that's enough for a Martinsburg first down.
Just a short pass to get Coy Fagan in a rhythm. It was a nice job by Durding to avoid that tackle from Tavion Wilson and get that first down.
1st and 10 at the 25. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, being Kyrie Bunny now for Fegan. Takes the snap. It's going to be a quarterback sweep to the near side, and he's pushed out of bounds just shy of the 20, around the 21 or 22-yard line, waiting to see officially where they give him.
I think they'll give him about 3 yards.
22, so a 3-yard gain to make it 2nd and 7.
That's been a very successful play for Martinsburg all this year. Huntington was pretty prepared for it. I mean, Martinsburg's put it on tape a lot.
Same formation for Coy Fegan. Dick to his left. So he gets the snap, drops back the pass, looks to the near side, and it's going to be intercepted by Huntington. He underthrew Brian Dick, and down the near sideline goes the Highlanders' Tavion Wilson, and he's pushed out of bounds across the 50. No, they say he stepped out at Martinsburg's 47-yard line.
It's just a poor read, a rare mistake from Coy Fagan. You got Brian Dick coming out of the backfield on a wheel route that, against most teams, in most situations this year, it's been open when they run it. Just the problem was it was not this time. It's only Coy Fagan's 4th interception of the year to go along with his 30 touchdown passes.
It's 8:14 now in the first. Huntington gets the ball back. 1st and 10 at the 47 of the Highlanders. 2 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Crawford takes the snap and will hand it off to Keegan Sack, who runs forward, gains a yard before being tackled by Urias and Kaufman.
So what it seemed like to me on that interception was it might have been a Tampa 2 cover 2 zone, and with Tavion Wilson kind of sitting in the flat there. And that's a play, that wheel route is something that really would work against, maybe a cover 3 depending on the situation, but more so a man-to-man defense where you can just take on a linebacker against the faster running back and hit that down the field. But Wilson was sitting there in the flat, and he picked it off easily.
2 backs in the backfield. They hand it off to Zod Jackson on the sweep to the left, and he's going to break through 2 tackles as he continues to cut outside and now burst across the 50 and brought down to the 45-yard line of Martinsburg or so. And that'll be very close to a first down, but 2 yards shy, which will make it a 3rd and 2 at, it appears, the 44-yard line they give Zod.
You have to throw in some unpredictability to your run game to have success against Martinsburg running the ball. And that time they put the split backs over there. You don't know if it's going to be a handoff to Sack or to Jackson, so the linebackers have to take that little half-second pause to figure out, all right, am I going to my left, am I going to my right? And that was enough for Zod Jackson to use his speed to get outside.
3rd and 1 at the 44-yard line. Crawford takes a snap, hands it off to his back, Sack, and second effort gets a huge push across the 40-yard line. Great job by the Highlanders offensive line to help out Keegan Sack as he's tackled at the 37. So gain of 7 on the 3rd and 1 makes it first down Huntington.
That's a great push by Sack. Yeah, he's got over 1,400 rushing yards, 29 rushing touchdowns on the year. And it's a very talented team. And Martinsburg doesn't get pushed back like that very often.
1st and 10 at the 37. Crawford scans as he gets the sack, or snap, hands it off to Sack. And Sack again right up the middle across the 30 and tackled at the 28-yard line.
And there's a little bit of that unpredictability there, gain of 9. Yeah, they brought Tavion Wilson as sort of the tight end, H-back across the formation, inside split zone, where he's blocking across the field as the running back's going uphill.
Crawford in the gun. Sack to his right. Now motions him to the left as they try to go with the hard count. Crawford, quarterback draw up the middle as the first is double teamed. And he's tackled. Is double teamed. And he's tackled at the 20-yard line.
That's about as impressive of a 2-yard completion as you're going to see. Tavion Wilson, a big target, 6'3", 205. If Nick Buskey was looking up and obviously trying to make the tackle there, but it did pop up in the air that he could have possibly looked up and picked that one off.
Yeah, just not high enough, I guess, for Buskey or Ricketts, who was also in that area. So 2nd and 8 at the 20. 2 receivers to the left now for Crawford. Sack lined up behind him. It's another handoff to Sack. Huge hole up the middle, and he's going to drag Coy Fegan around, and Fegan finally brings him down, but not before Keegan Sack gets to the 11 for a first down Huntington.
The run game for Huntington's night and day from the first drive. The Keegan Sack started off with gains of, I shouldn't even say gains, a loss of 1, a loss of 2 on the first 2 carries, and a 1-yard gain. Last 3 carries, he's gone for 7, 9, and 8 yards. The Huntington offensive line's opening up holes really well.
Martinsburg right now with 4 down linemen. Zod Jackson also in the backfield now. It's Crawford. We'll hand it off to Jackson, who runs to the left, trying to follow the block of Sack. Spins inside and will stumble before being downed at the 5-yard line for a 6-yard gain. That'll make it 2nd down and 4. 3:35, clock rolling here in a scoreless first quarter still, but Huntington in the red zone trying to strike first.
I think Martinsburg might be taken aback a little bit at the physicality of Huntington on this drive. They're going to have to respond.
Huntington breaks the huddle. Crawford. Another one. Handed off to Zod Jackson, who's dashing to the near side and will go into the end zone for a Huntington touchdown with 3:09 left in the first. The Highlanders take a 6-0 lead against the Bulldogs.
There's a lot of running backs who would have been caught in the backfield on a play. You had a Martinsburg defensive tackle blow that play up and take his offensive lineman to the ground, and I think it was Nick Buskey chasing after him. Might have been Ace Flores. But Zod Jackson used his speed to get to the outside on the outside zone, the stretch. It's hard to catch a guy like that on a play like that. What a drive by the Highlanders.
Snaps low. Hold is down from Crawford as the extra point kick up and good by Price to make it 7-0 Huntington. We'll step aside, take a 30-second break, and then we'll return. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube back in 30 seconds.
This is Cody with Cody's Auto Body. The stories are on the way. Reliving glory days, the injury that prevented stardom, or the inevitable, I even could have made that play. With football season comes a lot of delusion of greatness. Well, no one believes you would have made it in the big leagues. Let's at least make them think you're a good driver. Bring that vehicle to me and I will make it the pride of the parking lot at every game. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body, the MVP of your season. That's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
Back here in the first quarter, Huntington 7, Martinsburg nothing is the score. As Zon Jackson with a 5-yard touchdown run and 3:09 left in the first give the Highlanders the lead. It's now kicking off for Huntington will be place kicker Jordan Price. Back to return for the Bulldogs, Braden Miller and Boston Todd.
You got to give the Highlanders a lot of credit for that drive. The offensive line opened up holes really well, and they ran the ball better on that drive than I've seen anybody run the ball for a whole game.
Sends a low kick that's going to roll to the 10 and be bobbled now by Miller, who scoops it up at the 8. And Miller down the far sideline has space. Tries to cut back inside, breaks off another few tackles, will fight his way to the 29-yard line. What looked like a disaster turned out to be a 21-yard return. However, there is a flag at the 25, and while we wait to hear that, let's get our scoring drive summary brought to you by Floor Pools. Make every day better with either a swimming pool or hot tub from Floor Pools.
Well, after the interception by Tavion Wilson against Coy Fagan, Huntington goes 54 yards on 9 plays, gets in on a 6-yard touchdown run by Zod Jackson to make it 7-0 Huntington.
Penalty is a unsportsmanlike conduct penalty
on Huntington
against Huntington. So with 2:59 left in the first, Martinsburg will begin its drive at the 44-yard line.
It's, again, really good field position for Martinsburg to start off. Obviously, it's not as good as starting at the Huntington 37, like on their first drive. And
well, hold on, because they are bringing the ball back to the 29 to mark off the penalty again, because the penalty is behind where the play finished.
Oh, there was an illegal block on the back. Okay. So it's an illegal block in the back on Martinsburg and then 15-yard or sportsmanlike. So they have to assess the Martinsburg penalty and then add 15 on after that.
Yes, because we know what all officials cannot do is basic math. They have to go back and then go forward.
Ball 35 in the end, or 34.
Fagan tries to go with a quarterback keeper, and he's going to be dragged by Braxton Mount. He got through the outstretched arms of Mount, but then ran into McPherson and the rest of that defensive line. Only got back to the line of scrimmage to make it 2nd and 10 from the 34.
It's like at best he got a half yard out of that. It's a really good start for Huntington. First down is so key. The difference between a 2nd and 10, a 2nd and 6, or a 2nd and 3 changes the dynamic for the offensive play calling a lot.
Trips to near side, one receiver to the far side as Fagan takes the snap, drops back the pass. It's an all-out blitz because it's a screen pass caught by Dick. And Dick crossed the 40 before getting leveled by Crawford at the 41-yard line. 7-yard gain will bring up 3rd and 3 for Martinsburg.
It was a good call, good time to call the screen there on the blitz. Worked out.
2 minutes left in the first. It's Huntington 7, Martinsburg nothing. Fagan in the gun. 2 receivers to each side. Dick lined up to his left. Go with the hard count now, looking in the near side to get the play call. About 15 seconds or so left on the play clock as they all look at their wristbands for the call. It's Fagan. It's the snap. Quarterback draw, and he bounces it to the outside, tries to cut back in, but he's going to be brought down only after 1 yard gained, and that'll make it a 4th and 2 now at the 42.
Do they go for it here? I think they do.
Typically they do.
Say for 2 yards for Martinsburg, they can usually get that. But
however, the way it's looking right now is Brian Dix in the backfield right now all by himself, and He's a safe distance away to where it might be a punt.
I think so.
He's standing at 35. He's going to fake it, run himself as the space on the far side, and breaks through a tackle. Brian Dick at the 40 gets pushed out of bounds inside the 40, and at the 37-yard line, Billy Seals is irate. He's going to need to be careful on that far sideline, giving it to the official right now, as that is a first down for Martinsburg.
I absolutely love that play call. It crossed my mind maybe to run something like that. I didn't think they would, though.
Martinsburg goes quickly now with the quarterback run to the near side. It's Coy Fegan trying to split the gap, and he's going to be tackled at the 25-yard line. Did he lose the ball? He did, but they're going to say he was down before he lost it. Otherwise, it would have been another Bulldog turnover.
And immediately followed it up with a big play, another first down. Go from first down to first down.
First quarter is brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com as a run for Brian Dick goes nowhere, and that'll make it 2nd and 10 with 24 seconds left in the first. Our other first quarter sponsor is Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Visit them online. They'll deliver the vehicle to you. If you don't like it, they'll take it back. The website, fordofhagerstown.com, and I think Martinsburg's going to be content with letting the quarter possibly roll out here as it hits 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is the end of quarter number 1. It is Huntington 7, Martinsburg nothing. We'll step aside, take a 1-minute break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
Come on, what do you want?
What do you want?
I want Panhandle dumpsters for the first month free.
Use the promo code to get the first month free.
We are back here live at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. It is the Class 4A semifinal between the number 1 Martinsburg Bulldogs and number 5 Huntington Highlanders. Huntington leads it 7-0. Martinsburg with the ball, 2nd down, 10 to go at Huntington's 24-yard line. Fegan, play action pass, chucks it deep on the far side for Bunny in the back of the end zone, and it's going to be incomplete. Bunny trying to say that he was being interfered with by Jamari Tubbs. No flag on the field.
I thought maybe he was even saying that he caught the ball, but I'd be surprised if it was in bounds. There was a little bit of contact. From this far away, not really sure one way or the other.
So 3rd and 10 now at the 24. Go 2 receivers to each side. Ball at the 24-yard line, left side hash mark. Fegan in the gun, Dick to his right. Coy Fegan takes the snap, drops back, looking to pass, steps up in the pocket, floats it in the middle of the end zone for Boston Todd. And he had it and dropped it at the last second as Chandler gets his hand in there to knock that one loose.
That was a really good mid-air adjustment to track the ball by Boston Todd. He ran more of a post route, and then Coy threw the ball to where he kind of really had to take another route straight up the field towards the upright and almost brought it down. I thought it was for sure overthrown when it came out of his hand.
It would be a 41-yard field goal if Martinsburg decided. However, the offense is going to stay out there. 4th and 10 at the 24. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Fegan takes a snap, rolls to the right. Throws it underneath for Boston Todd, who cuts back in, trying to go outside, but Zaw Jackson's there, and that's going to be a turnover on downs. They only got 3. They needed 10. So 1st and 10, Huntington at its 21-yard line with 11:38 in the second quarter. It remains 7-0 Highlanders.
Well, the Highlanders did the right thing there on defense, which was let Martinsburg take a little dump off for 2 or 3 yards, and we can rally to the ball, make the tackle, and they did so. That's a fantastic quarter and 22 seconds here from Huntington.
3 receivers on the far side, 1 to the near side for Crawford. Goes with a read option keeper. Has space on the far side. Goes out to the hash marks before cutting it right up midfield will be stopped at the 29-yard line, so a gain of 7 will make it 2nd down and 3. Arias with the tackle for Martinsburg.
And Martinsburg's been hit in the mouth here. They said nobody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. Or everybody's got a plan, I should say. See what theirs is.
Kind of an awkward snap. Crawford had to take a step forward to get it, and then he hands it off to Zod Jackson, and Jackson only gains 2 yards, which will make it a 3rd and 1, as Kaufman stops him at the 31.
And Martinsburg's bringing an extra linebacker up to the line of scrimmage more often than not. Here, kind of the 4-3 under look. 5 guys up at the line of scrimmage.
And usually they have 3 down linemen. As you mentioned, they have 4 right now. So 2 backs to the left and right of Avante Crawford for the 3rd and 1. Crawford, high snap, brings it in, hands it off to Sack, and he's not going to get it. Kovacs and Flores stops him at the 30. It's a loss on the play of a yard, which will make it 4th down and 2. It's decision time now for Huntington, and here comes the punt team. No? Maybe not. It appeared that they were going to, and I think it's going to just cause some confusion.
I think we're getting a timeout here.
It does appear that you might be correct, Dylan. We're going to get a timeout, potentially.
Which to me says you're going for it. Well,
maybe
not.
I
mean, it's not a timeout. There's still 13 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
They can run out here and get a play together. This
the entire offense went to the far sideline, but now here they come back out. Crawford, 3, 2, 1. The snap is off. It's a handoff up the middle. Do they get it with Zod Jackson's second effort? It looks like they did. His forward progress stops at the 34-yard line, which is enough for a Huntington 1st down.
You could see him bounce it around behind the line of scrimmage, trying to get ready to find the one hole that opens up, and that seems to be what he found. He got exactly what he needed, pretty much.
So that resets the chains at the 34-yard line for the Highlanders. 9 minutes left here in the second. It's Huntington 7, Martinsburg nothing. They go with 2 receivers to each side. Crawford in the gun. He drops back looking to pass and now goes with a draw as the flag immediately. As the ball's loose now. And I think the Bulldogs recovered it at the 41, and they do. Somehow that ball popped free, and Martinsburg recovered it. We'll see, though, what this penalty is. If it's against Huntington.
It was right at the snap, which makes me think it's on Huntington, but I don't know. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It should be Martinsburg ball.
I think it's an illegal shift.
Crawford was in motion, and you are correct. Penalties. Martinsburg Bulldog ball at Huntington's 41 with 8:50 left in the second quarter.
Winning the turnover battle, that is the important part for Martinsburg. Huntington cannot afford to win this game. Cannot afford to lose the turnover battle if they want to win this game, I should say.
Fegan takes the snap, keeps it himself, trying to find space, bounces off a tackle. Now second effort, gets it to the 39-yard line to make it 2nd and 8. But there is a flag on the field, and it appears it's going to be a holding penalty against Martinsburg, and it is.
That's already the 4th penalty on Martinsburg for a total of 30 yards.
Peyton Kaufman down there, can't believe it.
Now, one of those penalties was kind of canceled out by a 15-yard unsportsmanlike by Huntington on the same play. That is Huntington's only penalty, though, so far.
And that penalty is against Peyton Kaufman, the man down there that was trying to plead his case. So the ball now at the 50-yard line will make it a 1st and 19. Bunny and Todd, the receivers to the near side. On the far side, it's Miller and Durding. Fegan in the gun. Dick to his left. Marshall waiting for him to snap it back to Fegan as he does so now. Fegan rolls to the near side, looking downfield for Todd, and he was covered up, and down goes Fegan, sacked by multiple Highlanders. Flag flies in, and it's another holding penalty against Martinsburg, and that's going to be disastrous, as it was already a 5-yard loss with the sack.
Well, I think they're just going to take the sack, decline the penalty.
You're correct.
Braxton Mount got in there on the sack.
That time it was Kovacs that was the guilty party, but the penalties declined, which makes it now 2nd and 24 at Martinsburg's 45.
I think the holding penalty was against Mount too. He just powered through and got the sack anyway.
Fegan, screen pass near side, caught by Bunny. Bunny to the 50, will be stopped from behind as Jeremiah Lyles is able to bring him down. They say Bunny got to the 49 of Huntington. It's a gain of 6. Will make it 3rd down and 19.
This is a totally different Huntington team than we saw week 2. I know it's basically it's the same players, but they just have a totally different mindset.
Huntington 7, Martinsburg nothing's the score in the second quarter. 7:20 left. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right as Fegan takes the snap, drops back, looking to pass, steps up, looking deep, had Durning open. Now he chucks it to the near side. It's a jump ball for Bunny, and it's going to be picked off once again by Tavion Wilson at the 11-yard line. He had Durning right in front of him downfield, but Fegan throws it across his body, goes to the big man, Kyrie Bunny, and Bunny was double covered.
Huntington is just doing a great job. They right at the last second there, they shift back, drop an extra man in the coverage. 8 guys dropped into zone coverage, making it hard for Coy Fagan to sit back there and find somebody open down the field, and just makes a poor decision to throw one up like that, and it wasn't a tight spiral either. Just floated up there.
It's a 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line. Crawford landed off the Keegan sack. Tries to go outside. Will only get back to the line of scrimmage before being tackled by, it appears, Pollard and Flores in the area to bring him down, making it 2nd and 10.
All right, Martinsburg, this is where you lock in here. You got them back around their own 10-yard line. You get a 3-and-out here. You can force a punt. You can get your offense right back out on the field with good field position. Come back down here and figure something out on offense. It's not where it.
2nd and 10 at the 11. Crawford, high snap, brings it down, hands it off the sack to the second level, lowers his shoulder into Fegan, and will be chopped down at the 15-yard line. It's a 4-yard gain, make it 3rd and 6.
It's still a 3rd and somewhat long here, kind of a 3rd and medium. Probably a passing situation. Vontae Crawford has only thrown the ball 1 time for a 2-yard completion. They've done a good job of holding the ball, playing the time of possession game.
2 receivers near side, 1 to the far side, tight end to the left side of the line. Crawford drops back to pass, looking deep to the near side, and he just sails it to the 45-yard line of Martinsburg. Miscommunication there as Tubbs was cutting in around the 40 of Martinsburg. So that pass about 15, 20 yards too deep. And on comes the punt team now. So Martinsburg's defense wins that battle this time around.
I think Crawford thought Tubbs was going to run a streak route straight down the field, and he cut it in like a post. It's possible it was an option route where the receiver can look at the coverage he's getting downfield and choose one or the other. It's just, miscommunication.
Snaps back to Price, and Price sends a booming punt. Braden Miller catches at the 43-yard line on the far side. Miller across the 45, gets to the 50 before dancing around, and they say he gets to the 49 of Huntington. So Martinsburg's offense trails 7-0 against Huntington. Goes back on the field with 5.5 minutes left in the second quarter. Second quarter brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremation, Robert Fields & Sons, family-owned full-service funeral home, proudly serving the area since 1880, as well as Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first, Parsons. Two receivers to each side for Coy Fegan, the quarterback for the Bulldogs. Brian Dick at running back to his left. Snap back to Fegan. Hands it off to Brian Dick, who powers forward, bounces off one tackle and does so again and gets a push from a few linemen from behind across the 45 into the 41-yard line to Huntington. An 8-yard gain will make it 2nd down and 2.
Yeah, this is what needs to get going for Martinsburg. You know, Bryant, the run game, set up the pass game. They've passed the ball more than they've run it at this point in the game. I think it's even now, 8 runs, 8 passes.
But it's interesting. We've seen him on defense, haven't seen him on offense. Gentleman I'm talking about, Nick Buskey. However, it's another run for Brian Dick, and it's a huge one as he gets it to the 30-yard line, a gain of 11, 1st down Bulldogs. Huge hole right up the middle for Brian Dick that time.
Well, I think Dick has been the best running back on this roster so far this year. Chalk it up to Nick Buskey playing at less than 100%, or if you want, which is probably might be the case. But Brian Dick is very talented, and he is decisive and explosive.
Dick to the left of Fegan now. 2 receivers to each side. Fegan, screen pass on the far side, caught by Kyrie Bunny, and then the block's not going to be effective. It's going to be a loss of about 1, unless they say forward progress. Gets him back to the line of scrimmage. No, it is a loss of 1, so 2nd and 11 now at the 31.
Huntington's doing a really good job of pursuing, getting to the ball on these short little outside passes. It's a very athletic defense that Martinsburg's got to go against here.
So 2nd and 11 at the 31. 4 minutes exactly to go in the second as Fegan takes the snap, drops back the pass, throws to the far side, and it's caught by Kyrie Bunny. It goes out of bounds at the 22-yard line, 1st down Martinsburg. Excuse me, 16-yard line. And my marker's mixed up there in my mind.
That's a nice call by Britt Sherman, Dave Walker on that one. And playing soft outside coverage. Able to get him on the curl.
Fegan alone in the backfield now. Takes the snap, runs to the right, cuts back in, tries to go back out. But he's going to be stopped by Josiah Stratton at the 15. Make it 2nd down and 8. .335 left in the second quarter. Martinsburg trails Huntington 7-0. Right now, you got Dirting and Miller, the 2 receivers to the right. Todd and Bunny, the 2 receivers to the left. Brian Dick, the running back, to the right side of Cooley Fegan at quarterback. Fegan fakes a pass, scrambles up the middle, bounces through a tackle, and will go into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. Coy Fegan does it once again with 3:08 left in the second, making it 7-6. Extra point pending to tie things up.
That right there is why he's the Gatorade Player of the Year and why he should be the Kennedy Award winner. Most quarterbacks, most plays, that's maybe a 3-yard gain. He breaks out of that tackle. Coy Fegan again, when he's needed to, puts on the Superman cape and takes the Bulldogs into the end zone.
Snaps back. Sam Collins PAT's up. And good. We're tied at 7 with 3:08 left in the second. We'll step aside, take a 30-second break. This is the state semifinals on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Walker Stadium. We are now tied at 7 apiece between the #1 Martinsburg Bulldogs and #5 Huntington Highlanders in the semifinal matchup. Winner heads to the state championship. On the kickoff for the Bulldogs is Sam Collins. Back to return for the Highlanders, Za Jackson. Collins has the ball on the tee at the far side hash mark, the 40-yard line. It's going to be a short, high end-over-end kick. It's going to be fair caught at the 35-yard line by Meshawn Okonkwo. Let's get our scoring drive summary brought to you by Floor Pools. Make every day better with either a swimming pool or hot tub from Floor Pools.
6 plays, 48 yards goes Martinsburg that time, and the majority of that on the ground, ending with the 15-yard touchdown run by Coy Fagan.
First down, 10 to go. Ball at the 36 is where Huntington's drive will begin. With 3:08 left in the second quarter. Devontae Crawford, pistol formation with Sack lined up behind him. Another high snap that Crawford brings down, hands it off to Sack, gets to the second level, and it's brought down by Ace Flores, but not before Sack's able to get it to the 42-yard line. Yard gain to make it second down and 4.
The Huntington run, the rushing attack, has been really impressive for most of this game. Martinsburg has had their points in time where they've been winning the battle up front, but it's been a back and forth heavyweight fight in the trenches.
Second and 4 as they break the huddle. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Crawford. Crawford makes the snap, hands it off to Sack again. This time is knocked over by the shoulder of Coy Fagan, but it's just enough for a Huntington first down as he gets it to the 48.
12 carries for 43 yards for Keegan Sack, and that's pretty impressive considering the Bulldogs have 3 tackles for loss against him. You take those plays out of the question. They've also stopped him for no gain and 1 yard twice.
High snap again, almost hit the head of the man in motion, Wilson, but Crawford's able to get it and hand it off to Sack again, who goes across to the 50 and brought down at the 47-yard line, so a gain of 4 for another second down and 6. Minute 40, clock rolling here in this second quarter. We're tied at 7. By the way, last time these two teams met in week 2, Keegan Sack finished with 57 rushing yards and the 2 touchdowns.
He's got 48 already.
As a team, they only finished with 37 net rushing yards. Crawford, the sack again. It's a draw up the middle. And he only gets the line of scrimmage, but now a huge push by the line, but they say the forward progress was stopped at first, and now Sack and Buskey getting into it a little bit here. They're going to have to be pulled away by a few teammates. The sidelines now get fired up here. It was only a gain of 2, making it 3rd and 4 at the 45. 52 seconds left, and it's going to be a timeout. Huntington will take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Back in 30.
We are the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives. And when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming.
Nobody likes to be told you need a lawyer, but that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover.
So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation.
Reach us at SkinnerWins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
We welcome you back here out of the timeout, which is brought to you by the Larry DeMarco team at Century 21 Modern Realty Results. Looking for a home in the tri-state area? Call the Larry DeMarco team at 304-250-3551 or visit them online at www.modernrealtyresults.com. During the timeout, they added 2 seconds onto the game clock, so there's now 54 remaining before the half. It's Huntington 7, Martinsburg 7. 3rd down, 3 to go for Huntington at the 45-yard line of Martinsburg. Crawford gets the snap, drops back to pass, chucks it deep, but overthrows his intended receiver, Tavian Chandler. And that'll bring up 4th down.
Took a shot. They had a little bit of an opening there. I think Tavion Wilson maybe got away with an early jump as he was motioning. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Well, I guess it could matter if they're going to go for it, and he could have had a 5-yard penalty for a false start or offsides on the offense.
50 seconds now on the clock. Cowbells in full force on both sides for this 4th and 3. 5 seconds left on the play clock. We'll see if Huntington even realizes it. I don't think they do. It's at 0, and it's going to be a delay of game. The Martinsburg crowd here on hand, able to get into the mind of Huntington's offense and force the 5-yard penalty.
Emotions are high. This is, and now they're gonna. Are they gonna take a timeout or no? It doesn't look like it.
No, they're just going to decide to keep the offense out there, even though they just lost 5 yards. Lost at the 50. It's a 4th and 8.
I would punt this.
We'll see what happens. Crawford in the gun. Gets the snap, and he's going to just punt it. However, we get a offside penalty now against Martinsburg.
Boy. Okay. Making things interesting again. Give him the 5 yards right back.
It's caught against Kyrie Bunny. I wasn't paying enough attention to see how close he was to the line, but he's a safety, so he's not usually up there anyway. But it's once again 4th and 3 at the 45 of Martinsburg, so we'll see if Huntington traditionally will go for it or not now.
He was probably the outside corner here, and he is on the left side of the Martinsburg defense as well. I'm not sure. Was he playing press?
2 receivers to each side. And now the official's going to blow it dead to get the game clock reset to 50 seconds because the play never actually occurred there and they lost 2 seconds. So good job by the official to have that ready. Crawford, pistol look, sack behind him. They go with the hard count. Nobody's jumping. Crawford looks to the far side now. And Huntington's going to use another timeout. We'll take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Back in
We're the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives. And when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming.
Nobody likes to be told, you need a lawyer.
With a great selection comes great possibilities. And at CMA's CDJR of Martinsburg, the possibilities are endless. Shop our amazing selection of new vehicles like the Ram 1500. And right now, save on new Jeeps like the Wrangler and Grand Cherokee models. Plus, every Jeep purchase comes with our Jeep Wave program. So wherever your possibilities take you, you'll be connected. Shop CMA's CDJR of Martinsburg today. Owners just care more.
For Huntington, punt team on the field right now. It's Price back to punt. Back to return for Martinsburg is Braden Miller. Saw Martinsburg go with a fake punt earlier. Well, Huntington potentially do so in this area like the Bulldogs did with Brian Dick. And they do. It's a snap to Tavion Wilson, and he goes to the far side, and he picks up the first down as he gets to the 40-yard line. Huntington called it and raised Martinsburg 1 as flags fly after the play as well.
Well, it's always dangerous when opposing players tackle somebody into their own sideline, or just in general when a player goes into an opposing team's sideline.
Looks like the flag's going to be against Huntington, but if it's after the play, it doesn't matter. It still should be a first down.
It'll matter in terms of their ability to get down the field, get the points before halftime. But
well, the way the reaction is right now by the coaching staff of Huntington, maybe it's not after the play. A lengthy discussion here between the officials as for the 7-man crew talking with each other at the 40-yard line. There's 46 seconds left in the second quarter. Don't go anywhere at halftime. We'll get first half stats. Nick Verzolini will have a score from the other semifinal game, which, as of right now, that score is maybe even more surprising than the one we have here. I don't know. No spoilers. Unless you're on our YouTube comments, then you already know.
For the sounds of things, it might change by the time Nick gets to read the score.
That's true. A fifth official trying to get in on the conversation, but now I guess he has to go deal with the Huntington coaches.
So I guess the issue here is that whatever penalty it was, did it happen while the play was still happening, or was it after a whistle was blown?
Here we go. Let's see if we can hear from the white hat.
It's a first down for Huntington. After the play was over, dead ball, personal foul, number 10 of Huntington. That will be a 15-yard penalty.
So they do say it's after the play. So Huntington has the 1st and 10 now. However, to get the first down, they lost yards.
Their only 2 penalties of the game so far have been 15-yard unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. So they're getting a little too hyped up, I guess, at certain points of this. So the end result for them is they lose 10 yards, but they have a fresh set of downs.
Yep, ball now at Huntington's 45.
So that was a bold fake punt. I thought for sure that they would either just run a play or just punt it. So props to them. Both teams pulling off fakes on 4th.
3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Crawford takes the snap, drops back, looking to pass on the near side, steps up, and he's going to take off. And we'll get to the 44-yard line of Martinsburg. However, there is a flag down at the line of scrimmage, and it's a holding penalty against Huntington, it appears. So that's going to back up the Highlanders' offense even more if it's accepted, which I believe it will be by Coach Walker, as he's pointing to accept the penalty.
Well, Huntington has had most of their success running the ball. And now you're in a 2-minute drill. Let's see the 71.
I think it might have been 61.
It sounded like he said 70, but yeah, 61. Tyler Avery, right tackle.
Yeah, because I don't have a 71.
Nope.
So he can roll that one out. And now a flag before the play.
Sideline
and
warning.
It's just a sideline warning against Huntington.
It seems like the Huntington coaching staff is just as amped up as the players are. Which, I mean, can you blame them? Clock's running.
Yeah, it's at 20 seconds now as Crawford hands it off to Sack, and he levels Buskey, but then gets hung on to at the legs by Buskey, and now kicks Buskey.
Oh.
And now Ricketts gets pushed down. Might have been a flop.
I think Ricketts flopped, but
this isn't the NBA, so there's nothing there. No technical foul like we saw in Shepherd basketball yesterday.
These teams need to get away from each other. Go into the locker room.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. We've hit the half. It's Huntington 7, Martinsburg 7. In a 2-minute break, and we'll be back for the Mansion Freddy Law Firm halftime show after that. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack. Shop now and save at Orsini's today. Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack. Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Life is evolving. Over the past decade, the way we do almost everything has changed. Get on your phone, see something you like, click on it, and it shows up at your door. Why should the way you have your car serviced be any different? Why waste your time going to a dealership service department when Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to you? They service all makes, all models, and offer full parts and labor warranties. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to your door or office and service your vehicle while you're doing what you need to be doing, conducting that business meeting or mowing the lawn. Why take time out of your busy schedule when you don't have to? Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet's friendly, knowledgeable staff will come to you where you live or where you work for full service maintenance, from oil changes to tire rotations, brakes, batteries, multi-point inspections. They handle it all. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet is committed to delivering the best of the best to their customers. Trust them to service your vehicle where you're at home or at work. Skip the time-consuming and terminal wait at the dealership. Schedule your appointment at fordofhagerstown.com or hancockchevy.com.
welcome you back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. So we welcome you into the halftime show, brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At the half, it's Martinsburg 7, Huntington 7. Here in this state semifinal, and not sure how many people tuned in right now or tuned in during the pregame show here in our coaches' interviews, but every week talk with Martinsburg head coach Dave Walker, and always joined by the hype man, the juice man of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Sharif Williams, and asked Reef, of course, about the rivalry, because this has become a rivalry, even though it's 5.5, 6 hours separating Martinsburg and Huntington, and he compared it to the rivalry, the game, Martinsburg, Ohio State, Michigan. Ohio State, Michigan. Had my M's mixed up there, but Martinsburg, Huntington right now definitely looking like, just the way the emotions are going, Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah, I thought rivalry week was supposed to be last week for college football. I guess high school rivalry week is this week. These teams hate each other, and I kind of love it, Colin. This is football. I love this. 7-7 at the half. These teams are evenly matched. Looks way different than week 2 looked. It's been, like I said, a heavyweight fight in the trenches. I've got Keegan Sack down as having 8 carries of at least 5 yards, and that might be more than all of Martinsburg's opponents combined, or half of their opponents combined, in terms of being able to get 5-yard carries or more against Martinsburg. For a half, that's pretty incredible. And this has just been back and forth. Both teams converting fourth downs on fakes. A fake pooch punt for a run by Brian Dick. A fake punt, just straight up fake punt by Huntington for a first down. Huntington came to play today. This is the response from week 2 compared to today has been really impressive.
Let's get into our full unofficial first half stats now, brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Visit them online. They'll deliver the car to you. If you don't like it, they'll even take it back. They'll even go as far as providing service at your door. Visit them at fordofhagerstown.com.
This has been a run-heavy game. Avante Crawford for Huntington is 1 for 3 with 2 yards passing the ball. He does have 4 carries for 9 yards. 10 yards were lost on Martinsburg's 1 sack of the game. He did turn the ball over on his last carry for a Huntington turnover. Keegan Sack, 15 carries for 55 yards for Huntington. Tavion Wilson has caught the only pass for Huntington for 2 yards. He also ran the 5 yards for the fake punt first down. On the Martinsburg side, Coy Fagan is 6 for 10, but only for 35 yards and 2 interceptions. But Martinsburg has been able to get some things going on in the run game late in the first half. Coy Fagan, his last carry was a 15-yard touchdown. Overall, he's got 8 carries for 33 yards and that touchdown. Brian Dick has 4 carries for 40 yards. He had 1 run that was stuffed at the line of scrimmage, but otherwise his 3 carries have gone for 21, 8, and 11. And Kyrie Bunny leads the way in receiving 3 catches for 18 yards.
So there you have it, our first half stats, brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. Got anything else for us here during this segment of the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show, Dylan? If not, we'll send it to Nick Verzolini.
Huntington has forced 2 turnovers. Martinsburg's forced 1. 3 tackles for loss for Martinsburg between Buskey, Kaufman, and Kovacs, and also a sack for Nick Buskey as well. So, and then 1 sack on the Martinsburg side by a mount for Huntington.
All right. Thank you, Dylan, for that. And we'll step aside and take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, you'll hear from Nick Verzolini with a score from the other semifinal game going on across town between Spring Mills and Hurricane, maybe some other high school football scores, as well as some college conference championship scores as well. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
One of the questions lawyers get asked the most is, what is my case worth?
I'm Steven Skinner, and this is my brother Andrew with Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers.
The truth is, it's very difficult for a lawyer to pinpoint a number because every case is different.
We get to know each situation and we'll give you an idea of what your case is worth and why.
The sooner we get involved, the better we can do getting you the compensation you deserve.
Google Skinner Lawyers or go to skinnerwins.com. We'll treat you like family.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
The thing I'm most passionate about with my clients is that 95% of them that come to me, they've never been in trouble in their lives. They've got careers, promising futures, things that matter.
So thankfully, after it was all said and done, I had no DUI and I had no more stress facing me or my family.
When you're on the fence whether to hire a DUI attorney, I always say that you really cannot afford not to. My name is Harley Wagner. My law practice has been exclusively focused on driving under the influence cases throughout the state of West Virginia.
We welcome you in here to the Halftime Scoreboard Show. I'm your host, Nick Verzolini, here at the half. We're tied between Martinsburg and Huntington in the semifinals as these two teams trying to punch their ticket back to a state championship game for both of these programs, as they've been there in the last 3 years, at least. You know, they've been the two top programs in the state, is my whole point. Over the last 4 years, and they're trying to continue to prove that here today. And so far, this has been a very competitive football game at the half. We're tied at 7 between Martinsburg and Huntington. Of course, the other halftime score between Spring Mills and Hurricane in 4A. Spring Mills looks to have already punched their ticket pretty much here to the 4A state championship game as they lead 35-7 against the number one offense in the state this year in 4A, the Hurricane Redskins. It's all Cardinals so far. Other games that have already went final or are currently in action, but I believe all these scores that I have actually are already final. Unfortunately, we don't have a score of every game being tracked right now, but yesterday, Herbert Hoover defeated Princeton 35-12. They're headed to the AAA state championship game. They'll play the winner of Bridgeport and Fairmont Senior today. That game has either not started or there's been no score reported. Frankfort in AA defeats Williamstown 49-7 last night, and Roane County beats Independence 42-7. Those two teams will meet up in the AA state championship game. Cameron beats Tug Valley last night 36-0. They're headed to the single A state title, and they will play the winner of Wamaha and Tucker County. Those two teams, again, have either not played yet or there hasn't been a score reported of that matchup. As Colin mentioned, there is some college football going on currently. It looks like Arizona State's going to punch their ticket to the college football playoff as they're cruising against Iowa State in the Big 12 championship game, 45-10. Later on today, Georgia will take on Texas in the SEC title. Penn State will battle Oregon in the Big Ten championship, and Clemson will take on SMU in the ACC championship. Last night, we saw the Mountain West title go to Boise State. Most likely, they will find themselves in the college football playoff as well as they avoid the upset. But Army trying to hope for some sort of weird miracle where they would jump Boise State or something. I don't know. Probably not going to happen. But 35-14 win for Army last night to capture the American Athletic Championship. So that'll pretty much do it here for your halftime scoreboard show. On the other side of this break, we'll hear from Colin and Dylan. They'll get you set for the start of the second half between the Bulldogs and the Highlanders. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. We're back in a few minutes.
Tomorrow's success begins with today's preparation. Give your child a pathway to flourish and thrive with a well-rounded education. Enrollment is now open at the Classical Christian Academy in Martinsburg. Visit tcca.life/information. Tomorrow's success begins with today's preparation. Give your child a pathway to flourish and thrive with a well-rounded education. Enrollment is now open at the Classical Christian Academy in Martinsburg. Visit tcca.life/information.
Life is evolving. Over the past decade, the way we do almost everything has changed. Get on your phone, see something you like, click on it, and it shows up at your door. Why should the way you have your car serviced be any different? Why waste your time going to a dealership service department when Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to you? They service all makes, all models, and offer full parts and labor warranties. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to your door or office and service your vehicle while you're doing what you need to be doing, conducting that business meeting or mowing the lawn. Why take time out of your busy schedule when you don't have to? Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet's friendly, knowledgeable staff will come to you where you live or where you work for full service maintenance, from oil changes to tire rotations, brakes, batteries, multi-point inspections. They handle it all. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet is committed to delivering the best of the best to their customers. Trust them to service your vehicle where you're at home or at work. Skip the time-consuming and terminal wait at the dealership. Schedule your appointment at fordofhagerstown.com or hancockchevy.com.
Hello and welcome to the Alumni Association Minute. We are the Coopers and we represent the Martinsburg High School Alumni Association. You have the opportunity now to help us because it is that time of the year, and we want to remind you that your dues and gifts and any help that you can to help the youth and the alumni here, please give us all opportunity to help them.
We were fortunate last year on Senior Day to hand out 15 $1,000 scholarships to the seniors from the alumni. And with your help, we can do that again this year. But it all depends on you. You can give two different ways. The $10 dues or more can be mailed to Martinsburg High School Alumni Association, Post Office Box 3007, Martinsburg, West Virginia 25402. You can go online to our secure website at mhsbulldogalumni.com. That's mhsbulldogalumni.com. Either way would be fine as long as we get your help. There's over 15,000 of you still around because anybody that graduated from Martinsburg High School is considered an alumni, and we would really appreciate you sending your dues in.
So thank you so much for your help. And remember, we have a lot of good organizations here at Martinsburg High School, whether it's scholastic, after school, sports, good times. We ask you to help us become one of the better alumni associations for Martinsburg High School. Again, we thank TV 10 for their opportunity to help us and support us. We ask you now to continue to guide. God bless, and go Bulldogs.
Welcome back to Golden Asian Buffet. I'm Ryan, and I'm so excited to show you our massive buffet with over 150 incredible fresh items. Food lovers, you're gonna love this buffet with over 150 items with everything from appetizers all the way down to desserts. This buffet is massive. For family, friends, and foodies alike, you are gonna love this place. Appetizers all the way down to desserts, meats, seafoods, and much, much more. Come on down here to Golden Asian Buffet and check out their incredible buffet.
Don't miss Floor Pool's 4th store grand opening hot tub sale beginning November 22nd at the Valley Mall in Hagerstown, featuring their 4th store grand opening with special grand opening prices. Floor Pools is prepared with a special truckload of hot tubs and endless pools at truckload prices, with financing available.
Attention!
We've secured a limited supply of factory second hot tubs at up to 30% off.
Once they're gone, they're gone.
Make every day better with a hot tub or pool from Floor Pools in Martinsburg, Hagerstown, and Chambersburg, and the new pop-up location at the Valley Mall in Hagerstown. FloorPools.com.
We welcome you back here to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as Huntington's band has already played. Martinsburg's band has just concluded as well. The Velocity Dance team currently on the field. About 3.5 minutes left on the halftime clock, and Huntington's team coming out of the locker room already at the half. It is Martinsburg 7, Huntington 7, and the winner will head to the state championship next week in Charleston. And the way things are looking right now, it's going to be against the Spring Mills Cardinals as they are taking care of business against Hurricane. 35-7 as it just hit halftime. You just heard that score from Nick Verzolini. A very surprising job. We knew it was the number one scoring offense in Hurricane against the number one defense in the state in points per game in Spring Mills, and defense right now proving itself, and the offense being pretty explosive, too.
Yeah, they locked in today. I mean, that's Martinsburg, I think, put a blueprint on tape. They were able to slow down Hurricane for the last 3 quarters or so, and especially the second half. And I think Spring Mills was able to put that together right from the start. So credit to them. Looks like they will be awaiting the winner of this one, which is more in doubt than we expected.
Martinsburg now coming out onto the field as well, just waiting for the halftime festivities to conclude so that both teams can start stretching out. We'll see if they add any time on the halftime clock or not, but any other thoughts here at the half, Dylan?
I wonder if Huntington was a little caught off guard in week 2 by just the sheer running ability of Coy Fagan and just his ability to run this offense in general, the size up front. Something has changed drastically from week 2 for Huntington. Now, mostly on the defensive side. They were able to put up 14 points in that first game on offense when they came down here. But the difference was that Martinsburg put up 28 in the first half. The defense has done a really good job for Huntington. But I do think that Martinsburg started to figure some things out, I think, at the end of the half.
It will be Martinsburg to get the ball to start the second half, as we'll step aside and take another 2-minute break and then be back with the second half kickoff. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football and Talk Radio WRNR, WRNR TV on YouTube. Back in 2 minutes.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
Insurance companies like to play games. They say they're on your side, but they aren't. We have a team that can handle any curveball they throw. At Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, you get a dedicated lawyer, and every case gets a team effort. So you get nearly 150 combined years of experience going to bat for you. And we like to win. Join the team that takes your personal injury case seriously. Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson. We play hardball.
Is Nick Verzolini. It is 7-7 after one half. It's time for the second half, and the second half kickoff is brought to you by the personal injury attorneys Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson. Visit them at burkeandschultz.com. We play hardball. Martinsburg will receive the second half kickoff. Both teams already back onto the field and ready to go, and we'll see if things have cooled down maybe after that very intense and emotional end to the first half. At least for the fans, it sounds like it is not.
I think probably any sort of calming down that happened in the locker room might be wiped away by getting back out on the field. You look across the sideline and be like, oh yeah, I remember now from 20 minutes ago. I hate that guy. Whoever it might be. I'm sure there's like one-on-one rivalries that develop on the field. Offensive, defensive line, receiver and corner, whatever it might be. Something tells me the chippiness might extend a little bit. But here's the thing. It's a tie game with 24 minutes of football left. So you got to lock in. You have to be disciplined. You cannot afford to give the other team 15 free yards.
Jordan Price on to kick off. It's going to be a short end-over-end kick to the near side that Durding's going to roll out of bounds. He went for the fair catch, saw that it was even farther back than he anticipated. Great job by Deshaun Durding to let that one roll behind him and out. So Martinsburg will get the ball at the 35-yard line with the illegal kick.
See how they open things up on this drive. I think Martinsburg's last full offensive drive, which ended in a touchdown for Fagan, they started to figure out how to move the ball a little bit. It's a 6-play, 48-yard drive, 8 yards per play, and a lot of that was on the ground. I think 34 of those yards were on the ground.
Two receivers to each side for Fagan, who takes the snap, hands it off to Brian Dick, who has a hole up the middle, now tries to cut to the outside, gets across the 50, almost got the ball stripped from Zon Jackson, but he's able to keep it in and have a huge gain on the first play, getting it to Huntington's 47-yard line for a first down, and Martinsburg working quickly. Huntington trying to get in formation. It's a snap to Fagan, and it's going to be a false start against Martinsburg.
Working a little too quickly.
Brian Dick called with the false start.
6 penalties for Martinsburg to Huntington's 3. And I think the run game is really what they need to lean on. It's what they've leaned on all year. Brian Dick was averaging 10 yards a carry on 4 carries at halftime.
So 1st and 15. It's Fagan. And it's the snap, and again flags, and it's another false start penalty. Wow. And this time it's against the receiver, Boston Todd. One of the two receivers in the near side gets called with the false start. Ball now at the 43-yard line of Martinsburg for a 1st and 20.
We saw Martinsburg seemingly solve their penalty issues for solid stretches this year. This is the worst time for those to crop back up.
Two receivers to each side for Coy Fagan in the gun. Dick to his left. And go with the jet sweep for Boston Todd from right to left. And Todd has space, tries to juke past a man, and that's Avante Crawford who clips him at the knees. However, Todd able to stumble forward, almost caught his balance, but winds up falling down at the Huntington 44-yard line.
I was pretty surprised we didn't see any of that jet sweep or orbit motion type of plays from Boston Todd in the first half.
Fagan, pump fakes. He's going to have to keep it himself as he didn't have his intended receiver open on the screen. So a broken play is Coy Fagan able to get it to the 40-yard line. So 4-yard gain will make it 3rd down and 3 for Martinsburg.
Yeah, it's one of those sprint rollout type of plays. There was nothing open there, but the key is you already have a bit of a moving pocket, passers out or blockers out there, and Coy Fagan on the move already, so you can turn it into a little run.
Fagan gets the snap from Marshall. Read option, keeps it himself, goes to the right, stumbles as he got hit right at the line, tries to fight for the first down. I think he has it by a yard. It's going to be very close.
He's got exactly where he needs.
Waiting to see, as it appears we might have an injured Huntington player down as well. Bryce Winkfield, the linebacker, still on the ground as they move the chains for a first down. But I think we're going to have a injury timeout, which means we'll step aside, take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Back in 30 seconds.
Order number N58.
It's not rocket science. Get a 12-piece chicken for $12 at happy hour from 5 to 7 p.m. with the Rocks app. It's not rocket science. Get a 12-piece chicken for $12 at happy hour from 5 to 7 p.m. with the Rocks app.
Back after the injury timeout. It is quarter number 3. 10 minutes left. 7-7 between Martinsburg and Huntington. Martinsburg with a 1st and 10 at Huntington's 37-yard line. Fagan takes the snap. Quarterback keeper. And he gets it to the 35 to make it 2nd and 8.
So that last-second adjustment on the defensive line from Huntington, they've scouted the Martinsburg rushing attack pretty well.
It seems like almost every play there's some motion up front trying to disguise what they're about to send, as you see it here right now as well. As Martinsburg breaks the huddle. And it's a fake jet sweep quarterback keeper. It's Fagan with a huge gain across the 25 down to the 24, but I think it's going to get called back. It's another holding penalty, of course, called against Martinsburg.
There's shifts up front on the defensive line from Huntington. Let's wait for the call here.
It's Peyton Kaufman called with another hold today.
It doesn't necessarily, if you shift the defensive line, change who is going to come, but it does change where they're coming from. The offensive line a lot of times has their assignments based on who is in front of them and where in relation to them that they are, so it can throw off the offensive line.
So 2nd down and 18 as they go with that orbit fake. Fagan keeps it now as some big space on the outside. There goes Fagan at the 30, the 20, tries to get past Crawford, but Crawford pushes him out of bounds at the 16-yard line. 1st down, Martinsburg.
And there you see, going to what they didn't really show in the first half, that jet sweep and now the orbit motion with Boston Todd.
Yeah, with a counter in there.
They do a lot of stuff off of that, and that's one of the few times, if not the first, I've seen them run that.
They go with that orbit motion again, and this time it is a toss to Todd. And Todd gets spun around and slammed down by Braxton Mount. As Mount gets him at the 14, so gain of 3 will make it 2nd and 7.
And that play is probably what Huntington expected on the last one, where Coy took off and ran it himself.
2 receivers to each side for Fagan. It's a keeper. So he follows Dick right up the middle. Gets some pushed from behind from Kovacs. Fagan able to run it to the 10-yard line before being stopped. That'll make it a 3rd down and 2.
I think it was Jeremiah Lyles that was able to get some push and get off the block and make that tackle.
3rd and 2 at the 10. Fegan in the gun, Dick to his left. Motion up front, and it draws the flag. Taste of its own medicine for Huntington as Jeremiah Lyles gets bit with the hard snap, and he's now going to be taken out as punishment.
Terrible time for that to happen. Now it's 1st and goal. You had a chance to set up a 4th down. Martinsburg will make you pay.
At 1st and goal from the 5 for Martinsburg. Pistol look. Svegan fakes the handoff, keeps it, runs to the right, and Huntington was ready for it. They set the edge and didn't bite as Sack, Crawford, Jackson, as well as the man that just entered for Lyles, believe that time was number 54, Mason Ramsey, brings down Fegan for a loss of 5.
Yeah, just the defensive end held his position or crashed in, but everybody else for Huntington was looking for Quay Fegan.
2nd and goal at the 10. It's a handoff to Dick. Dick gets bounced off one man and brought down by linebacker Elias King at the 8. So 2-yard gain makes it 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. 6:45 left in the 3rd. Still tied 7-7 here between Martinsburg and Huntington in the semifinal. Fegan alone in the backfield now. 3 men to the right, 1 to the left. They send Todd in motion, and what a beautiful jet touch pass to Brian Dick from right to left for a Martinsburg touchdown. 6:29 to go in the 3rd, and Martinsburg takes its first lead of the afternoon, 13-7. Haven't seen that one all year. I like it.
Yeah, that is a genius play call. So much of what Martinsburg does is, setting up in a formation like that with an H-back, and that H-back's going to be a lead blocker over to the right side, or whatever side, the strong side. The little touch pass to him, to the weak side, is so genius. Nobody saw it coming for Huntington.
Extra point kick up and good. 14-7, Martinsburg leads Huntington. 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
We are back here live, still admiring what we just witnessed with that touchdown for Brian Dick to give Martinsburg a 14-7 lead here in quarter number 3 against Huntington. Sam Collins on the kickoff, back to return for Huntington's Zaw Jackson. Collins sends it away, eye end over end. It's going to be caught at the 2 by Jackson on the far side. And he thinks about cutting to near side, and now Jackson at the 30. Goes past Flores to the 35, but will finally be down at the 36-yard line, which means it's now time for our scoring drive summary. Brought to you by Floor Pools. Make every day better with either a swimming pool or hot tub from Floor Pools, which has locations right here in Martinsburg as well as Chambersburg and Hagerstown, including a brand new pop-up location inside the Valley Mall.
9 plays for 65 yards goes Martinsburg, mostly on the ground, but ending with an 8-yard touch pass from Quay Fegan to Brian Dick on a play that we were talking about it during the break. I don't think I've ever seen that play.
Same.
At any level of football.
Vontae Crawford gets the snap, hands it off to Keegan Sack, and flags fly immediately on the play as Ace Flores able to bring Keegan Sack down for a gain of 1, making it 2nd and 9, but we'll wait to see what the flag is. 6:18 left here in the 3rd quarter.
I have to imagine this is a hold against Huntington, which... Oh, they're waving it off.
No foul on the play, so 1-yard run for Sack will make it 2nd and 9 at the 37-yard line.
That could have been an immediate drive killer for Huntington, because the way that they've been running the ball, you're getting 1st and 20. I guess you can do it and try to get those chunks back, but it's so much harder working off its 1st and 20.
Keep an eye on the left tackle now. Mason Ramsey, the starting left tackle, just went out with a stinger.
It's Colin Gadd in for him, a sophomore.
See if Martinsburg recognizes it and sends the pressure. Crawford gets a snap, drops back to pass. Kaufman's ready for him, trying to chase him down. Gets past Kaufman, gets past Kovacs, and now off to the races is Crawford. And Ty Ricketts finally gets him, but not before Crawford's able to get to the 50-yard line for a first down.
And that was Peyton Kaufman against Colin Gadd as he just came in. Immediately, Kaufman won the one-on-one battle up front, but really good job by Crawford to evade that pressure, turn it into a positive play for about a 10-yard gain.
Yeah.
Or 14-yard gain in the first down.
14-yard gain as Crawford takes the snap, fakes the toss. Zon Jackson keeps it himself. Didn't have much up the middle, but somehow able to just dive forward and gain about 3 yards, maybe even 4, they say. So 2nd down and 6 at the 44-yard line.
Crawford
46-yard line.
Crawford had 3 carries in the first half. They were pretty successful ones. 7, 7, and 5. The 5-yard run ending in a fumble, though, being the only thing. So let's see if they lean on this a little more. Like I said, unpredictability in the run game, you have to have it to be able to, throw off this Martinsburg front 7.
It's been key on both sides, clearly, today. It's Crawford. I'll hand it off, and immediately getting blown up that time is Zod Jackson. It's Kaufman, Buskey, and Pollard there. Stop him at the line of scrimmage. Actually, a loss on the play of 2 yards, they say. So that makes it 3rd and 9 from the 49-yard line.
Nick Buskey, I think the emergence of Brian Dick at running back has helped him out. Not only could they rest him, play Dillard at linebacker last week, they can just let him go all out on defense. And he has absolutely done that this week.
Here comes the 3rd and 9. Send Tubbs in motion on the near side as Crawford takes the snap, drops back, looking to pass. Almost got sacked by Kaufman and now has to evade around and just chucks it away. And it's intercepted by Martinsburg.
Well, there was a flag at the snap, but I think it's going to be on Huntington.
Kyrie Bunny with the interception gets it to the 40-yard line of Huntington on that blown-up play as Kaufman got there first to force Crawford to just kind of dance around and extend the play as much as possible. And then Kovacs and Pollard helped him out, and he just chucked it up instead of taking the sack. And he was honestly lucky that didn't become a pick 6 for Kyrie Bunny.
Well, you get into a obvious passing situation. You go empty, which means it's a 5-man protection against the 4 down linemen of Martinsburg. It means you can only double-team one guy on this great Martinsburg defensive line.
1st and 10 at the 40 now for Martinsburg. Fegan takes the snap, runs to the right, looking to pass, has a man wide open, but didn't see him. And now he's going to get thrown out of bounds by Tavion Chandler. He had Kyrie Bunny wide open in the middle of the field, but just couldn't find him.
I think Avante Crawford back at free safety was just close enough. And the angle that Coy would have had to throw it on, rolling to his right, I think it would have been a risky. He was open, but it would have been a really tough pass for Coy to make.
3-yard gain. 2nd and 7 at the 37 now. Fagan, 1-step drop, the near side, throws it low, and it's incomplete as that pass broken up by Chandler, intended for Bunny. Makes it 3rd down. 3:43 left here in quarter number 3. It's Martinsburg 14, Huntington 7 here in the semifinal. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right being Bunny. 3 to the left, Dirting, Todd, Miller. Dick at running back to the left side of Fegan. Fegan examines the formation of Huntington and now sends out wider. Dick to the left. He gets the snap, drops back to pass. It's a tunnel screen caught by Boston Todd and immediately brought down by King at the 35-yard line. So only 2 yards gain. That'll bring up a 4th and 5.
Elias King that's not the first time he's made a play like that today. 5'11", 185, sophomore, listed as a quarterback on the roster as well as a linebacker. Yeah, he made a tackle for loss earlier in the game. That was impressive for him to be able to cut through the traffic of those blockers and make that tackle.
2 receivers to each side, stacked one behind the other now, tight end on the line. Fagan tries to go with a hard count, and we're going to get a timeout called by Martinsburg with 2:56 left in quarter number 3 before this 4th down opportunity. Step aside, take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Take the stress out of updating and maintaining your home or business with RAI Properties. Serving the community for over 20 years, we specialize in fences, decks, landscaping, and property management. We also provide painting, flooring, vent cleaning, and renovation services. Our friendly, licensed professionals go above and beyond to get the job done right for you. For local service and trusted expertise for your next project, call RAI Properties today.
We welcome you back here. Quarter number 3 is brought to you by Smallwood and Small Insurance in Martinsburg, your total insurance solution at 121 Administrative Drive. Call them at 304-263-3361, as well as CMA's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Martinsburg. Stop in, see them today at 48 Kelly Island Road, or call 304-263-8821. Proud to be the owners who just care more. It is a 14-7 ball game. Martinsburg leads Huntington in the Class 4A semi-final playoff matchup. Winner heads to Charleston to take on the winner of Spring Mills Hurricane, which right now, unless something crazy is going on that we're not aware of, should be Spring Mills, as they led by 28 points at halftime. 4th and 5, ball at the 35 of Huntington for Martinsburg. Fagan gets a snap, rolls to his right, looking for a man open, can't find one, and he's going to have to take off himself, and gets pushed out of bounds, and a flag from the backside official gets thrown in now, as it should be a turnover on downs unless the flag,
I think it's a face mask,
takes it, and is a face mask against Huntington.
So somebody came in, got a hand on the helmet, face mask, and you see Coy Fagan's head kind of jerked back.
You're correct.
That is killer.
I believe it was Tavion Wilson, the guilty party, the way he's reacting. Kind of chirping with the Martinsburg sideline here. But instead of a turnover on downs, it's huge here for Martinsburg's offense, as they get to keep the ball with a 1st down and 10 at the 18-yard line.
I mean, that's game-changing penalty. I mean, the drive should have ended right there. Coy Fagan missed Braden Miller about 5 yards down the field for a 1st down and tried to run it, only got 3.
2 receivers to each side as Fagan takes a snap, hands it off to Brian Dick. Dick tries to cut back inside. Somebody lost their helmet down low. Got a injury timeout as well, potentially. Just the man that lost his helmet, as Dick able to gain 2 yards on that run, making it 2nd down and 8 at the 16-yard line. Trying to see who it is for this play. I believe it's Matthew Grillo out for this play for Huntington. Fagan goes back to a handoff for Dick, who has a huge hole, cuts back in, fights for the end zone. Does he get there? He does! Touchdown, Martinsburg. 2:25 left in the 3rd. It is now Martinsburg 20, Huntington 7. Just that outside zone run for Brian Dick for 16 yards to make it a 2-touchdown lead.
He got himself to the outside. I think Huntington did one of probably their worst jobs on any single play so far today at pursuing the ball. And Brian Dick made some guys miss.
Extra point kick by Collins, up and good to make it 21-7. We'll step aside and take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football and Talk Radio, WRNR, WRNR TV on YouTube. Back in 30.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
We welcome you back here. Let's quickly get our scoring drive summary brought to you by Flora Pools before the kick.
6 plays for Martinsburg to go down and get that touchdown, 42 yards, and get themselves into the end zone.
All right, there's our scoring drive summary brought to you by Flora Pools. Make every day better with either a swimming pool or hot tub from Flora Pools. As Sam Collins on to kick off for Martinsburg. It's a high end-over-end kick that's going to be fair caught by Okonkwo at the 34-yard line. 2:25 left here in the third quarter. It is Martinsburg 21, Huntington 7. Crawford and the Highlander offense started off with a 7-0 lead. Martinsburg's responded with 21 unanswered. Move the ball to that 34-yard line. It was accidentally put at the 33. Crawford in the gun. Jackson to his left. They fake a handoff to Jackson, chuck it deep for Tubbs. Crawford again overthrows Tubbs, who was double covered by Bunny and Fegan. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 10.
Well, the passing game has basically been non-existent for Huntington. Now, Vontae Crawford's now 1 for 5 with 2 yards and an interception. And it's a lot easier to create explosive plays in the pass game, generally speaking, than the run game. That was one of my keys for Huntington. I said that they were not going to just 3 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards a play down the field for an entire game against Martinsburg.
Comes the 2nd and 10. Crawford play action pass looking near side. It's caught this time by Tubbs on the double move. And he's forced out of bounds by Bunny at Martinsburg's 46-yard line. 1st down, Highlanders.
Well, there you go. Announcer's jinx. Put that one on me. That's the first big completion of the day for Huntington. I think they know that they need to get that going one way or another.
I give Tubbs the 47-yard line, actually, of Martinsburg for the 1st and 10. 2:15 left in this third quarter. Clock rolling. It's Martinsburg 21, Huntington 7. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, being Tubbs. Crawford, Jackson to his left, steps back. Martinsburg sends a blitz, and they somehow get it to Zah Jackson on a screen while Crawford was being dragged down by Flores. And this is going to be a huge play as Zah Jackson with the speed can get down that far sideline and inside the 25-yard line, and they'll say he actually stepped out back at the 30. No, they're going to say the 25. I was about to say. So, huge play of 22 yards. 1st down, Huntington.
I have no idea how Crawford knew where Jackson was. He got spun around by Nick Buskey. That's an incredible job to get rid of that ball accurately to your running back. I didn't see Zah Jackson. I don't know how he did.
1st and 10 at the 25. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. It's a handoff to Zah Jackson, who has a hole up the middle, cuts back in, breaks off 1 tackle, gets to the secondary inside the 10 and brought down at the 5-yard line. So Zah Jackson with a gain of 20 yards on the ground makes it 1st and goal. Huntington at the 5. He's now going to take the play off to bring in the bigger back, Keegan Sack.
And we've got a ball game on our hands now. We thought maybe this is the part of the game where Martinsburg does what they do to a lot of teams and just crushes them as the second half wears on, but this is a great drive by Huntington.
1st and goal at the 5. Jackson and Sack in the backfield. They hand it off to Jackson. Jackson bounces off a tackle, cuts it to the outside, and gets past Wally into the end zone for a Huntington touchdown with 1:27 left in the third. It is now Martinsburg 21, Huntington 13.
What a response. I was worried for Huntington there. I didn't really I wasn't sure that they were going to get things going. That's really the first time that they opened up their pass game, and Martinsburg got that pressure that should have been a sack, but it was the dump off to Jackson. That completely flipped the trajectory of the drive.
Price, extra point kick is up and good, making it 21-14. As we step aside and take a 30-second break, this is West Virginia High School Playoff Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Providing
Walker Stadium. Very good response there by Huntington. Scored, making it 21-14. Martinsburg leads by a touchdown. Minute 27 left in the third quarter. It's Jordan Price on to kickoff for the Highlanders. Back to return for the Bulldogs, Boston Todd and Braden Miller. Price, right arm up, takes the steps forward, sends a booming kick into the end zone for a touchback as that goes to the back of the end zone. Let's get our scoring drive summary now. Brought to you by Floor Pools. Make every day better with a hot tub or swimming pool from Floor Pools, which has locations in Martinsburg, Chambersburg, and Hagerstown, including a brand new pop-up location inside the Valley Mall.
63 yards in just 5 plays for Huntington. Their most impressive drive of the day. They got those explosive plays that they had been lacking so far. It's the exact kind of response they needed. See if the defense can keep the momentum going.
2 receivers to each side. They send Todd in motion. Fake a jet sweep to Todd. Fagan wanted to have a hole up the middle, but couldn't because there was a lineman from Martinsburg kind of down and Kane Whip blocking that hole. Fagan only able to gain 2 to make it 2nd down and 8.
We saw against Spring Mills that when Martinsburg gets into a jam, Coy Fagan is their main guy to go to. That's the 17th carry for Coy Fagan, quarterback, here with a minute left in the third quarter.
Fagan motion stick to his left, 2 receivers to each side for Coy, who takes the snap, drops back to pass, pump fakes, looking deep, sends it deep to Wheeler, and it's going to be caught off the deflection. Wheeler was falling down because he got pushed by Crawford and Tubbs tipped the pass, and it fell right into the lap of Dalvin Wheeler at the 45-yard line of the Highlanders. However, there is a flag on the field.
It was at the end of the play. I think this is going to be pass interference on somebody. I didn't really see it for either side. Maybe there was a hold.
Got 42 seconds left on the clock here in the third quarter. Waiting to see what the call is. See if the mic for the official works. So there you go. No pass interference. It's the second sideline warning called against the Highlanders, which is a 5-yard penalty, so the ball now at the 40-yard line for a first down Bulldogs.
That was an insane throw to try by Coy Fagan. Like, it was not open. It was double coverage pretty much, but and an even more insane result.
It's a handoff to Brian Dick. Dick was stopped at the line of scrimmage, somehow fought forward off that. Was able to get now to the 38-yard line.
I think they'll give him 3.
That'll bring up a 2nd down and 8. Huntington's sideline not happy about something within that pile after the play.
I guess it was just 2 yards at the end.
And that will be the end of the third quarter. It is Martinsburg 21, Huntington 14. We head to the fourth quarter here in the state semifinal after this 1-minute break. This is West Virginia High School playoff football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
This is Cody with Cody's Auto Body. The stories are on the way. Reliving glory days, the injury that prevented stardom, or the inevitable, I even could have made that play. With football season comes a lot of delusion of greatness. Well, no one believes you would have made it in the big leagues. Let's at least make them think you're a good driver. Bring that vehicle to me and I will make it the pride of the parking lot at every game. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body, the MVP of your season. That's Cody's with a T for trust.
Back for the fourth quarter, 2nd down and 8 for Martinsburg at the 38-yard line. Fegan, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Gets the snap, runs to the right. Fegan at the 40, tries to cut upfield, only gets back to the line of scrimmage. That'll bring up a 3rd down and 8 now at the 38-yard line.
That's a missed block by Boston Todd out on the edge. Brian Dick was more so cutting up the field on an arc block. Up towards the safeties and the linebackers, but it was the corner off the edge that got him. You got to have good blocking from your wide receivers on a play like that.
Now 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Fegan. Dick with him in the backfield as well. Snap back to Fegan. Play action pass, dropping it back, chucking it deep on the far side for Kyrie Bunny. It's incomplete. The pass goes out of bounds, and that'll bring up a 4th and 8.
Tight coverage from Tubbs on the outside. Kyrie Bunny wanted a push. I think it was more so just good positioning from Tubbs. Kind of push Bunny towards the outside by kind of just, playing up tight close to him. Use that sideline as another defender.
They're now going to flip the receivers. Go 3 to the far side, 1 to the near side. As Dick goes with that fake punt again, and not going to get it. Turnover on downs. Huntington was ready for it as Dick tried to run to that far side down the sideline. Got stopped at the numbers. And Huntington has the ball. Now with 11:15 left in the fourth. Down only 21-14, a 1st and 10 at its 37.
I give a lot of credit to Martinsburg a lot of the time for play calling. From Coach Walker's reaction, I don't know for sure that that's what he was supposed to do there. If he was, I don't like that play call.
Crawford, quick pass on the far side. It is caught by Tubbs. Out pushes Bunny to that 10-yard gain. Pushed out of bounds very close to the sticks. So now players being separated over on that far side. See if they give Tubbs the first down or not.
I don't think they're going to. I think that's a rough spot for them. Wow. Oh, more than 2 yards?
I didn't see that as well. I agree with you, Dylan. A tough spot. They say
1, 2, almost 3
out of
yards
bounds
away.
At the 46-yard line.
Maybe his foot stepped out of bounds.
Maybe.
But just by where the ball got, that should be at least 2 yards closer.
It's a 2nd and 3. 11 minutes left in the fourth. It's Crawford. Hands it off the sack. Fights across the 50 and gets the first down for Huntington.
That didn't matter in the end. They picked it up. Now this is time for Martinsburg's defensive line to step up. You know what Huntington has gone back to more often than not in this game. It's been the run game. Martinsburg was bringing Martinsburg was bringing the pressure from the linebackers up front to stop that run. Martinsburg had the exact mindset that I had, was, all right, we got to stop Huntington from running the ball. They run the RPO off of it at the perfect time.
1st and 10 at the 22. Crawford. Hand off the Sack. Sack up the middle, across the 20. Stopped at the 19, and a late flag on the near side comes in now. It's going to be a sideline warning against Martinsburg. Everybody now being told, obviously, to stand back. Already saw 2 sideline warnings against Huntington. Now the first against Martinsburg. 9:50 left in regulation. Clock rolling down. It is Martinsburg 21, Huntington 14. 2nd down and 6 at the 18-yard line for Huntington.
It gets harder to run the ball when you get into the red zone. Those safeties are closer to the line of scrimmage, with the end zone closer to their back. See what Huntington's play calling looks like.
Crawford in the pistol. Sack behind him. He's going to give it to Sack. Sack cuts the outside. Going to try to run over Miller. Still churning those feet at the 10 is Keegan Sack. And he's stopped with his forward progress at the 9-yard line. So 9-yard run for Keegan Sack. Makes it 1st and goal, Huntington.
It's been back and forth who's winning up front. That play, it was Huntington. And Keegan Sack has shown good vision all game long to find the times to bounce it outside of the tackle, to go in between, hit that A-gap or B-gap.
1st and goal from the 9. Crawford looks to his right. He has 2 receivers over there. Gets the snap. Hands it off to Sack. Sack wanted to go outside. Cuts it back in. Fights forward and finds his way very close to the end zone. And they say he gets in for another Huntington touchdown. 8:45 to go in the 4th quarter. It is now 21-20. An extra point pending for Huntington to tie things up here in the 4th.
I don't. This is night and day from week 2. This Huntington team, the way that they can run the ball. Martinsburg, it's just been tough for them to do it consistently.
Jordan Price
to stop that.
On to attempt the extra point, and it's blocked by Peyton Kaufman. Kaufman able to jump over the line and block it. But there is a flag down.
Uh-oh.
Did they say he jumped over the center potentially? Officials talking with one another.
Huntington's setting up like they're going to get another try at it.
Waiting to hear the call. Holding penalty against Ace Flores. Sounded like what the call was.
It did sound like holding. I think maybe against the long snapper that allowed Peyton Kaufman to get through.
So they'll retry the extra point as Jordan Price lines it up now. Snaps back. Kick is up, and this time it is clear and good. We're tied at 21. 8:45 left in the 4th. Step aside, take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
This is Cody with Cody's Auto Body. The stories are on the way. Reliving glory days, the injury that prevented stardom, or the inevitable, I even could have made that play. With football season comes a lot of delusion of greatness. Well, no one believes you would have made it in the big leagues. Let's at least make them think you're a good driver. Bring that vehicle to me and I will make it the pride of the parking lot at every game. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body, the MVP of your season. That's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
We're back here, tied now at 21. Huntington has responded after 21 unanswered originally by Martinsburg, with 14 unanswered to tie us up. Jordan Price on to kick off for the Highlanders. Back to return Todd and Miller for the Bulldogs. Price. Kick it off. It's a short end-over-end kick. That's going to be caught at the 10-yard line by Miller. Miller in the middle of the field has some blocks in front of him. Will get across the 30, spun around and brought down at the 35-yard line of the Bulldogs. Let's get our scoring drive summary in now, brought to you by Floor Pools.
6 plays for 54 yards goes Huntington to tie this one up. I thought Martinsburg might pull away when it was 21-7, but they came back with a quick, explosive drive, got themselves a stop, and then they were able to do it again.
So 1st and 10 at the 35, 8:39 left in the fourth quarter clock. 2 receivers to each side, one line behind the other. Coy Fegan, Dick to his right. They send Todd in motion, fake the toss to Todd. Fegan keeps it, runs to the near side. It's tripped up in the backfield and continues to get chased down before stepping out of bounds at the 34 for a loss of 1. Great job by Tavian Chandler. Kind of make Fegan stop in his tracks and had to regain his momentum after that.
There's been a couple times where Martinsburg has run the same play a few times, where the first play was successful, but then Huntington's a little more ready for it. That play was an example of it.
2nd and 11, it's a handoff to Brian Dick, and Dick gets it to the 40-yard line, so gain of 6 makes it 3rd and 5 as he was tackled by Bryce Winkfield, a linebacker.
2nd and 11 was a risky time to run the ball, but you got a desired result. Now it's 3rd medium.
2 receivers to each side for Fegan. Gets the snap, darts it to the near side. He's going to get drilled and lost the ball. Chandler has it on the near sideline. 15, 10, 5, and pushed out of bounds by Todd at the 3-yard line. And a flag here at the 20-yard line as well. Huntington has the ball. Brady Breeden.
This flag should not count.
Got drilled with a cheap shot, and he does not appear to be okay. What were you about to say, Dylan?
So I shouldn't say that this flag shouldn't count, but what I mean by that is that it should have never got to that point. I do think this is a fumble, but it was recovered with, who was it that picked up the fumble? You said it was Chandler, right?
Chandler.
He was down when he picked up the fumble. It should have been down, and he should have been down at the spot.
So 15-yard penalty for the blindside block by Huntington with the cheap shot to Brady. 7:55 left here in the fourth quarter. It will be Huntington football, waiting to see where they spot the ball.
This might come back to where it should have been with the fumble recovery. What a tough time for a turnover. I think it was they went back to the well, running the QB power to the left side, and the Chandler, I think, was the one that popped the ball out with his tackle.
1st and 10 at the 35 for Huntington. Crawford hands it off to Sack. Sack with a big hole down the middle of the field. Sack of the 10 at the 5, and he's dragged down by Kyrie Bunny. 1st and goal, Huntington, but a flag behind the play. 7:46 left now in the fourth.
Judging by his reaction, I think this flag's on Mason Ramsey.
He and Ace Flores were going at it, it appears, potentially. And it's a personal foul against Ace Flores.
My initial reaction was that they were calling Ace for a horse collar, but then Mason Ramsey, maybe he wanted a illegal hands to the face call. Maybe he thought the flag was on him. But what a run broken off by Keegan Sack. We are officially in the territory of Huntington can pull this off.
1st and goal from the 3. Crawford hands it off to Sack, who tries to fight forward, gets the second push, but Martinsburg's defensive line holds strong and pushes back. loss of 1 on the play makes it 2nd and goal from the 4. $7:10 to go in the 4th. Clock rolling. Huntington content with just allowing that clock to continue to churn. We're tied at 21 here in the state semifinal. Crawford, sack to his left. Jackson behind him. Gets the snap, hands it off to Jackson, and Jackson sees the space on the far side and takes it in for a Huntington touchdown. 6:46 left in the 4th. The Highlanders now lead it 27-21 over the Bulldogs.
And the Martinsburg is in shock, and so am I. The Highlanders have dominated the last, portion of this game, quarter and a half.
Extra point kick is up and good. 28-21. Huntington leads Martinsburg. We'll step aside, take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
We welcome you back here to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. The Huntington Highlanders have taken the lead against the Martinsburg Bulldogs, 28-21. 6:46 left in the 4th quarter. Jordan Price on to kickoff for Huntington. Back to return, Miller and Todd for Martinsburg. Price will send this kick to the far side, and it's caught by Braden Miller at the 1. Miller runs it to the middle of the field. He's going to be hit from behind and tackled at the 25-yard line by Huntington's Charles Quinn. Let's get our scoring drive summary now, brought to you by Flora Pools.
Huntington off of the turnover, 3 plays to get 35 yards and the touchdown. I said that the keys for Martinsburg were the penalties and the turnovers. Don't beat yourself. They've done it. It's 3 turnovers and I believe 8 penalties.
2 receivers to each side. 1st and 10 at the 26. Fagan. Shotgun formation with Brian Dick to his left. Takes the snap. Hands it off to Brian Dick on the outside zone to the far side. Dick across the 30 to the 35 on the far sideline. Tiptoes across the 40 before being pushed out of bounds at the 43-yard line. 1st down, Martinsburg. On the 17-yard run by Brian Dick, the sophomore.
This is a situation we've legitimately not seen Martinsburg in. They're playing from behind in the 4th quarter. We don't know how they will respond. We haven't seen it all year. So,
Here
we can only sit back and watch.
Season on the line. 2 receivers to each side. 1st and 10 at the 43. Motion up front as Huntington got Martinsburg with a false start. It's Kane Whipp motioning up front.
I think this is part of Huntington's strategy with all the shifting of the line up front is to draw a penalty exactly like that. Huntington shifted their defensive line. They didn't come across the neutral zone. They just shifted laterally, and the Martinsburg offensive lineman thought that they were jumping across. So he jumped, but it was a false start on him.
So 1st and 15 at the 38-yard line for Martinsburg now. Twins to each side. Fagan takes the snap, drops back the pass. Screen pass on the far side, caught by Kyrie Bunny, who gets to the 40. And fighting forward, falls forward to the 43-yard line.
Looks like they'll pretty much just give him the original line of scrimmage.
Yep, that'll make it 2nd down and 10. 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. 28-21. Huntington leads Martinsburg in the semifinal. Fagan, jet sweep to Braden Miller from left to right. And Miller gets tripped up, stopped at the 47-yard line. So 4-yard gain will make it 3rd down and 6.
Martinsburg's, I think you can see they're kind of just trying to dig through the playbook. Jet sweep to Braden Miller, something they haven't done all game long. Finding what can get them into the end zone. Starting to run out of time. You can obviously still plenty of time to run the ball, but if you are going to be run heavy on this drive and chew clock, it might be your last offensive possession.
Fagan takes a snap, drops back the pass, looking to the far side as Bunny threw it to his back shoulder. Falling down, he makes the catch. 1st down, Martinsburg at Huntington's 43-yard line.
That's a big-time catch by Kyrie. That's not an easy play to make. It was up by his shoulder pad when he's kind of turning his back shoulder.
2 receivers again to each side for Coy Fagan. That's the snap, drops back the pass, steps up, chucks it deep as Boston Todd wide open, catching it at the 5 and into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 4:48 left in the fourth. It is now Huntington 28, Martinsburg 27.
It's a type of play that they have not been able to find all game long, whether it's been the coverage downfield by Huntington, maybe 1 or 2 that Coy Fagan just overthrew a little bit. There was that tipped pass up in the air caught by Dalvin Wheeler. Other than that, Martinsburg's biggest pass of the day had been 13 yards on a curl route to Kyrie Bunny. Finally, Boston Todd gets over the top of the defense, and Coy Fagan makes a beautiful throw.
Collins' extra point is good. We're tied at 28 as we step aside, take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and WRNR TV on YouTube.
We're the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives. And when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming.
Nobody likes to be told, you need a lawyer. But that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover.
So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation.
Reach us at SkinnerWins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
We welcome you back here on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Tied at 28. Sam Collins on to kick off. For the Bulldogs, back to return, Zahn Jackson. Collins sends a high-end over-end kick. It's going to go into the end zone for a touchback. Let's get our scoring drive summary now, brought to you by Floor Pools. Make every day better with a swimming pool or hot tub for Floor Pools.
5 plays to go 74 yards, the exact kind of response Martinsburg needed to tie this game back up. 43-yard touchdown from Coy Fagan to Boston Todd. And now Martinsburg's defense needs to stop. It's not a short field for Huntington, not coming off of a turnover. But Huntington's offense has looked great in this half. They could move this ball down the field, wind some clock, make this the last possession.
1st and 10 at the 20. Crawford. Hand off the sack. And he's tackled from behind by Peyton Kaufman coming off the edge for a loss of 2 on the play, making it 2nd and 12 from the 18.
Well, if anybody's going to get in the way of that, it's Peyton Kaufman. And by that I mean Huntington going down the field. And so for them to do that, make this the last possession, they got to get down the field. And it's Martinsburg offensive line, or defensive line, I should say. A lot of guys play on both sides. They do not get tired in the fourth quarter. It's when they often play their best.
Crawford, a sack to his right. Tight end on the right side of the line as well. Go with a run again to Sack, who finds a hole up the middle, runs right into Buskey. Now is a huge push, still going to the 25. before he's finally brought down after a gain of 6. Will make it 3rd down and 6. 3:45 left in the 4th quarter. Clock rolling. We're tied at 28.
Keegan Sack has great lower body strength. It is so hard to bring him down. You can wrap him up, but you might not bring him down immediately. And then Huntington's offensive line's been really good at getting to their running back and pushing him forward, because you are allowed to do that.
Sack's not in on this play. It's Zaw Jackson at running back.
And he's been hard to even get a handle on today.
Huntington breaks the huddle. 3 seconds left on the play clock. Crawford gets the snap off in time. Play action pass looking deep. As a man open, it's Tubbs. Jump up. And he loses it. Kyrie Bunny, even though he was off by a step or two, was able to somehow get that one out of Tubbs' arms while he was jumping up. And that'll bring up 4th down and 5.
Great example. Never give up on a play. That goes into the hands of Jamari Tubbs, but Kyrie Bunny gets his hand in there, and when they both go to the ground, Tubbs' body bounces up, Bunny's hand bounces up, it knocks the ball out of his hands, complete the catch through the ground.
4th and 5 at the 25. Huntington on the punt. It's Jordan Price, and Huntington's going to have to burn a timeout because there was some confusion with the personnel with 3:07 left in the 4th. Let's get our 4th quarter sponsor. Keep it here. As our 4th quarter brought to you by Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, representing accident injury claims for over 50 years. Go to SkinnerWins.com, as well as Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg, or online at Orsini's.com. What a game it's been. Everything you could ask for in a state semifinal, with a trip to Charleston for our state championship game next week on the line. The winner of this one is going to take on Spring Mills. That one pretty much said and done. The Cardinals have been dominant over Hurricane from the start on the other side of town.
Spring Mills is in for a fight either way. These teams are incredible. I don't know if I would have burned a timeout there. I might have just taken the delay of game. You might need that timeout later.
Price on to punts. It's going to bounce at the 45 and picked up at the 39 by Miller. Miller, not a lot of help, only able to get it to the 43-yard line with 2:58 left in the 4th for the Bulldog offense. 28-28 is the score between Martinsburg and Huntington.
All right, Martinsburg responded on their last drive, tie it back up. Now things are back in their hands. Game's tied. 3 minutes left.
Two receivers to each side for Coy Fegan. Gets the snap. Fakes a toss to Dick. Keeps it himself. And Fegan has space on the far side at the 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 10. Stays in bounds. No. He tried to tiptoe down the far sideline once he got pushed by Crawford. Made it look like he stayed in, but they say he stepped out right at the 10-yard line. What a play, though, by the Gatorade Player of the Year, Coy Fegan.
He's done it less times than usual against this stout Huntington defense, but like I said earlier, putting on the Superman cape. 47 yards to set this up for Martinsburg.
First and goal at the 10. 2:48 left in the 4th. Fegan hands it off to Dick. Dick up the middle. Gets a big push. Trying to continue to fight. They say the forward progress is eventually stopped at the 6-yard line. Actually make it the 7. Second and goal from the 7-yard line now. 2.5 minutes, clock rolling. Huntington only has 2 timeouts left. So does Martinsburg.
No stoppage at the 2-minute warning. No, there is no 2-minute timeout. So Martinsburg can run this down. Remember when I said Huntington could use that 3rd timeout, but had just taken the delay of game? This is exactly why.
Fagan hands it off to Dick. Dick tries to bounce to the outside, slips off a tackle, fighting with Crawford, trying to get into the end zone, and he wins it! Touchdown, Martinsburg. 1:54 left in the fourth. Brian Dick gets another touchdown, and the Bulldogs once again take the lead. 34-28 is the score against Huntington.
Incredible from both teams, really. Huntington was down 21-7. Back up against the wall. They came back, scored 3 touchdowns in a row. And Martinsburg responds 2 fast touchdown drives to go back on top.
Huntington overloading the near side, trying to block the extra point from Collins, but the kick is up and good, making it 35-28. As we step aside, take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
We're back. Martinsburg is back on top, 35-28. 1:54 left in the fourth quarter against Huntington. Collins on to kick off. Zah Jackson back to return. It's a end-over-end kick into the end zone for a touchback. Let's get our scoring drive summary in now, brought to you by Flora Pools. Make every day better with a swimming pool or hot tub from Flora Pools.
Only took 3 plays for Martinsburg to go 57 yards and get the go-ahead touchdown. With 1:54 left, 47-yard run by Coy Fagan sets up a 6-yard touchdown run by Brian Dick.
Huntington has to go 80 yards. Here we go. Walk in.
They've done most of their damage on the ground. 1:54 and 2 timeouts. Unless you get some explosive runs, 1 or 2, you got to go through the air.
Crawford drops back to pass, looks to the near side. It's a comeback route. It's thrown low, but able to haul it in is Walter Olden. First down. No, only a gain of 8
yards.
Second down and 2 at the 27. Crawford again drops back to pass. Evades Kaufman and now will scramble and gets into Buskey. And Buskey brings him down at the 40-yard line. Stops the clock as we move the change for the first down with 1:25 left in the fourth. 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Crawford again takes the snap, drops back to pass, scanning his options, and as Zah Jackson catches it, and now goes out of bounds on the opposite 40-yard line for a gain of 20, first down Huntington.
I think it'll end up being 19 in the end, but that's a tough matchup. Man-to-man, Nick Buskey against Zah Jackson. Zah Jackson's going to be a tough matchup man-to-man for any linebacker. But it was a smart job by him. He comes out of the backfield, across the field, through a drag route as he comes across. And gets out of bounds.
19-yard gain. It's a 1st and 10 at the 41. Crawford making sure everybody knows the play as there was some confusion to the near side. 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Now gets the snap, drops back to pass, steps up, almost is sacked as he rolls to his right. Now floats a pass for Tubbs, who catches it at the 25 over Ty Ricketts and gets inside the 25 and pushed out on the near sideline at the 23-yard line for another Huntington first down. 1:05 left here in the fourth.
That's a heck of a play by Vontae Crawford. He has been awesome on this drive. That's 2 straight 19-yard completions.
Crawford gets the call, jogs his way back into the huddle.
This is senior leadership. Going against one of the best defenses he'll ever see at this level.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for Crawford. Sack to his right as well. That's the snap. Looks deep on the far side, chucks it, and it goes out of bounds. Overthrew Tubbs. It was guarded by Wally. A minute left now in regulation. It's Martinsburg 35, Huntington 28. Huntington 2nd and 10 at the 22-yard line of Martinsburg.
Some sort of miscommunication on that one.
Huntington's going to take a timeout. We'll take it with them, a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
We welcome you back here, Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Timeout taken by Huntington. They have 1 timeout left, as timeouts are brought to you by the Larry DeMarco team at Century 21 Modern Realty Results, looking for a home in the tri-state area. Call the Larry DeMarco team at 304-250-3551 or visit them online at modernrealtyresults.com. 2nd down and 10, ball at the 22-yard line of Martinsburg for the Huntington offense, who trails the Bulldogs right now 35-28 with a minute left in the fourth.
Neither of the Huntington timeouts in this half have come at opportune times. It could come back to bite them.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Crawford, that's a snap, drops back to pass, looking left, steps up, has his pass deflected at the line by Xavier Pollard. And that brings up 3rd down.
The bull rush of Martinsburg on the defensive line got in the way of Crawford that time. Martinsburg, these last couple plays, the coverage has gotten better. 2 plays in a row, they forced incompletions.
56 seconds left now. Huntington with a 3rd and 10, breaks the huddle with 10 seconds left on the play clock. Crawford quickly gets set, 2 receivers to each side. They get the snap off just barely in time as he drops back the pass, and it's caught underneath by Zaw Jackson, and Jackson somehow gets past Ricketts and Buskey down that far sideline before being chased out by Flores. And he's finally out at the 19-yard line. So only a gain of 4 on the play, which makes it 4th down and 6 with 49 seconds left in the 4th quarter.
I think that's altogether a win for the Martinsburg defense to set up 4th and 6 or so.
Game on the line, 4th and 7 at the 19. Huntington, some confusion where they want the receivers. They go 2 to each side. Crawford with sack to his left. That's a snap. Drops back to pass, looking to the near side, steps up, and he's going to take off himself, has the space on the far sideline, dives for the pile-on and gets it! Touchdown Huntington! 41 seconds left in the 4th quarter, and an extra point can tie up the ball game.
My question would be, do you kick the extra point? What a run by Crawford, though. Looked like man-to-man defense across the board, which, if the rush doesn't get there, can lead to a scramble. Because if there's man-to-man, nobody's a spy, nobody's in a zone, there can be a lot of green grass for quarterback to run. It looks like they are going for 2.
Offense is right now out on the field, huddled up for Huntington.
I think this is the right decision. There's still seconds left. Technically, this isn't to win the game, but here at Martinsburg, I don't want to go to overtime if I'm Huntington. There's only 8 seconds left. I think they're going to need a timeout for sure.
And they take it.
Okay.
They do take the timeout. The play clock was never going. That was stopped at 25.
They just reset it. So I don't know. I actually think that maybe Huntington would have saved that timeout if they knew that the play clock was about to be set back to 25. But, I mean, this is the place to you have that one timeout. Might as well use it now. Really talk it over. Make sure you get your best play out there. One play to get 3 yards on the Martinsburg defense. It's easier said than done. But I think it is your best chance to win this game.
There's 41 seconds left. It is Martinsburg 35, Huntington 34. State semifinal. Winner heads to Charleston to play in the state championship next week. Loser goes home. Huntington has used its last timeout. Martinsburg has 2 remaining if necessary. Here we go.
I'm racking my brain for what sort of play I would go with here. I think you go deep into the bag. If you have some trick plays you haven't put on film, I would go to it. I think they're probably just going to let Crawford try to find an open man.
Crawford, pistol look, and Martinsburg sees the formation and will take a timeout now, which will do so as well. 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
If you or someone you know suffers from the disease of addiction, help is available from the Berkeley County Quick Response Team with peer recovery coaches and support promptly to the homes of those who've recently experienced an overdose. This collective effort towards recovery brings resources and services to the community, including naloxone and treatment options. Call 304-267-1313 or visit the Berkeley County Recovery Resource Center at 800 Emmett Rouse Drive, Martinsburg. The Berkeley County Quick Response Team is funded through a DHHR grant with the Berkeley-Morgan County Health Department.
We're back. Coburn Field and David M. Walker Stadium here in Martinsburg, West Virginia. Season on the line for both teams. Huntington's going for 2 to try to take the lead. It's a 35-34 Martinsburg lead right now with 41 seconds in the fourth quarter. Huntington comes back out with that same formation before the timeout. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Crawford and the pistol will sack behind him. Crawford gets the snap, hands it off to Sack. Sack up the middle, bounces off a tackle, and he's not going to get it. Martinsburg gets the stop as Coy Fegan able to get him down. And Martinsburg hangs on to the 1-point lead. The celebration starting to begin. However, the game's not over just yet, technically. Still have an onside kick to recover.
Colin, what have I said all game long, all season long about how you run the ball against Martinsburg? What do you need to have in your run game? Unpredictability. Get 1 running back in the backfield, Keegan Sack in the pistol, and just handed it off to him up the middle. If you're going to run the ball, why not have Zod Jackson out there? Split back. That worked earlier. He's made guys miss at the goal line. All of his touchdowns have been inside of 10 yards, 6 yards, 5 yards, 4 yards. I don't like that play call from Huntington. It's hard to run the ball up the middle against Martinsburg. I know you've done it all game long, but one play where Martinsburg's thinking very hard about there's only a couple possibilities here. A run up the middle is one of them. These defensive linemen are so good. You have not been winning consistently. It's been back and forth. It's not how I would have gone about it. It's a great stop by Martinsburg.
Here we go. For the onside kick from Jordan Price. Ball on his green tee, near side hash marks at the 40-yard line. Ann's team on the field for Martinsburg. Price sends it. It's going to be on the ground, recovered by Martinsburg's Coy Fegan.
Who else?
At the 50-yard line, the Bulldogs get it. And there you go. The Bulldogs will survive. Martinsburg can take a deep breath as they're on the verge of making the state championship for the 15th time in school history. 39 seconds left in the fourth. 1st and 10 from the 50. Martinsburg huddles up. Breaks the huddle. We'll get into victory formation. And now flags. So we have a illegal substitution against Martinsburg, as Boston Todd was out there when he shouldn't have been. So now it's a 1st and 15 from the 45. Fagan gets the snap, takes the knee. We'll see if they need to do it one more time or not. Huntington's coaching staff goes out onto the field. And the emotions set for the Highlanders, realizing the season is coming to an end. Martinsburg will head to Charleston, and we will have an Eastern Panhandle State Championship between the Bulldogs and the Cardinals. Final score, Martinsburg 35, Huntington 34. The Bulldogs are victorious once again. Step aside and take a 2-minute break, and we'll return with the Palace Lounge post-game show right after that. This has been West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR, WRNR TV on YouTube.
Tomorrow's success begins with today's preparation. Give your child a pathway to flourish and thrive with a well-rounded education. Enrollment is now open at the Classical Christian Academy in Martinsburg. Visit tcca.life/information. Tomorrow's success begins with today's preparation. Give your child a pathway to flourish and thrive with a well-rounded education. Enrollment is now open at the Classical Christian Academy in Martinsburg. Visit tcca.life/information.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596. W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
We welcome you back here at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. 35-34. Martinsburg gets the win against Huntington to head to the state championship for a 15th time in program history. Post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. With a full lunch and dinner menu and daily specials in a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. What a game for a semifinal, an instant classic in another chapter of this rivalry that has become between Huntington and Martinsburg. I'm Colin McLaughlin for Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Dylan Bishop getting ready here for our post-game interviews momentarily. On-site producer John Alderton, cameraman Kenny May. Back at the studio is Nick Verzolini as wait to try to see Dylan getting Coach Dave Walker out of that huddle. Trying to make him get as close as possible here so that we get it picked up. So, Dylan, let's see if we can get you to go.
All right, down here on the field with Coach Walker. Coach, you guys haven't been in this situation all year long. You're down in the second half, late in the game. Guys go down 21-7 in the second half. Your team responds. Go down the field multiple times. The long touchdown drives, come back and win. Just what does it say about your team that they're able to come through and overcome adversity like that?
Well, first of all, let me say Huntington's got a great team, and those guys, they've done a great job. We beat a great team today. Our guys they're resilient. They've had their backs against the wall multiple times, and I'm just really proud of the effort that we got out of them today, and live to play another day.
Right. You guys, they come down there, 2-minute drill, get the touchdown with Crawford. They come out in their look. They call a timeout. You guys call a timeout in the 2-minute 2-point conversion look. Did you guys, think you predicted their play call right, or was, even just the play up front by your defensive line?
I wanted to call a timeout just to see what formation there was in, see if there were, see if we had a tendency. But the way they'd been running the ball, I thought they probably made the right call, or probably, thinking that they'd get, a couple of yards there. But our guys, they dug down and did what they had to do. But no, it was kind of a chess match there a little bit. But takes a lot of guts to make that call. So hats off to Coach Seals. But they've got a great team.
It was 7-7 at halftime. The offense has opened up in the second half. What do you think was the difference there for both sides? What they figured out, what you guys had figured out to put all those points up on the board in the second half?
At times we didn't play very well in the first half. We had some turnovers and some uncharacteristic things. But again, good teams would make you do that sometimes. So we settled in and try to figure out the things that worked a little bit better for us in the first half and try to capitalize on it in the second half.
Going to the state championship again, you're going to be facing Spring Mills. So just how's it feel to get to another state championship here, to win this on your home field and get back there?
Well, I'm just happy for our guys. They've worked really hard. It's a great group of kids and one of the best group of guys I've ever been around. So I'm just really happy for them. But we'll go back to work, and they'll enjoy it today, and then we'll go back to work and see what we got to do.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time. Congrats on the win.
All right, thank you.
All right, Colin, we'll get Coy Fagan here shortly. He sees me. He's coming over. Exchanging some words with Coach Walker first, though. So he should. All right, bring in Coy Fagan. You guys get the win. Starting quarterback here. And another great game for you guys. Second half, a flood of points up on the board. Only 7-7 at halftime. You guys got some big plays going in that second half. You had the long touchdown down the field to Boston. You had the big run for yourself to get it down inside the 10. Set up the touchdown for Brian to take the lead. And then the 2-point conversion stop at the end. Just how does it feel? How did you guys on the sideline get through that? You hadn't been in that situation, going through that adversity. What was the mood like on the sideline when you guys went down 21-7? First of all,
we just knew we had to keep push through adversity. We always talk about fighting adversity during practice every day. And we knew this is one of those moments where we had to push through. It's what we practiced for. It's what we trained off season for. So we just had to push through and get to the next game.
Take me through that touchdown pass you had to Boston down on this side of the field that got you guys back into it, tied the game up. What did you see on that play for him to get open and make that throw down the field?
We ran it earlier in the game, but they were playing a different coverage. So when he ran it that time, I just saw Boston up there. I saw safety come up, and I threw it up to him. I trust him. He's fast. He's going to get under it. So he did a great job catching that ball, getting in the end zone.
How about your defense getting that stop on the 2-point conversion to get the win?
Defense did amazing, pushing through, always believing. Just keep. I just love it. I just love the defense. I'm lost for words right now.
And finally, you got the onside kick there at the end, right? They put you out there on the hands team. You're doing it all for the team, and just how about to be that guy to clutch up that win and on that onside kick and be able to take the kneel down, and now you're going to the state championship.
It felt great. I was yelling as soon as I got that ball. I was just yelling. I was so happy. It was great. It's great.
All All right, well, congratulations. Thanks for the time. And now you're on for the rematch with Spring Mills. So thanks for the time. All right, Colin, back to you.
Thank you, Dylan, for grabbing our post-game interview. So we'll now step aside and take a 3-minute commercial break so that Dylan can get back up here and calculate the post-game unofficial stats, and we can wrap things up. Again, final score, Martinsburg 35, Huntington 34, a 3-minute break. This has been West Virginia High School Playoff Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
The thing I'm most passionate about with my clients is that 95% of them that come to me, they've never been in trouble in their lives. They've got careers, promising futures, things that matter.
So thankfully, after it was all said and done, I had no DUI and I had no more stress facing me or my family.
When you're on the fence whether to hire a DUI attorney, I always say that you really cannot afford not to. My name is Harley Wagner. My law practice has been exclusively focused on driving under the influence cases throughout the state of West Virginia.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, Private Wealth Advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
Life is evolving. Over the past decade, the way we do almost everything has changed. Get on your phone, see something you like, click on it, and it shows up at your door. Why should the way you have your car serviced be any different? Why waste your time going to a dealership service department when Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to you? They service all makes, all models, and offer full parts and labor warranties. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to your door or office and service your vehicle while you're doing what you need to be doing, conducting that business meeting or mowing the lawn. Why take time out of your busy schedule when you don't have to? Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet's friendly, knowledgeable staff will come to you where you live or where you work for full service maintenance, from oil changes to tire rotations, brakes, batteries, multi-point inspections. They handle it all. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet is committed to delivering the best of the best to their customers. Trust them to service your vehicle where you're at home or at work. Skip the time-consuming and terminal wait at the dealership. Schedule your appointment at fordofhagerstown.com or hancockchevy.com.
Back for the final segment of the Palace Lounge post-game show on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Final segment of the season, because unfortunately breaks our hearts, obviously, because it's Spring Mills and Martinsburg in the state championship, two teams from the Eastern Panhandle that we won't be allowed to broadcast that game. Unfortunately, all state championship games go to another entity, so our season ends here, even though theirs do not. But what a way to end the season. A instant classic, a great win for Martinsburg, 35-34 against the Huntington Highlanders, as Dylan still continuing to try to do math as quickly as possible here to get our post-game stats. Dylan, whenever you think you got it, give me a thumbs up. I know you're still making sure you're carrying a few numbers over, and I'm probably messing you up by talking in your ears right now and putting the pressure on you.
It's not too bad here. We wish we could do next week's game, but it's exclusive broadcasting rights. What are you going to do? Trying to go through here. I almost got all of it. I think I just need Avante Crawford's passing yards here, which at halftime, there was not much to calculate. He was only 1 for 3 for 2 yards. And he started off slow. Interception on his first pass of the game, of the half. And then he really picked it up as the half went on. He had 75 yards in the second half going into that last drive. And then he had 42, which would be 117 to go along with his 2 that he had before that. So that's 119 passing yards on the game for him. You see that, Colin? I was talking and doing math in my head at the same time. I should get a raise for doing things like this, shouldn't I? Anyway.
I second that motion as long as I can as well.
Hey, go ahead.
Even though I'm not doing math.
Anyway, he was 9 for 16 for 119 yards and an interception. In the end, I think that his second half was really impressive overall once he got past that interception. He also had 8 carries for 58 yards and a touchdown on the ground, including the 19-yard touchdown that made it 35-34. Keegan Sack, 25 carries for 112 rushing yards and a touchdown on the ground. Zod Jackson only had 7 carries, 3 touchdowns, though, 48 rushing yards. In the end, let's see, leading receivers for Huntington, 42 receiving yards on 3 catches for Jamari Tubbs. Tavion Wilson had 2 catches for 24 yards. Zod Jackson out of the backfield had 3 catches for 45 yards. On the other side, for Martinsburg, Coy Fagan ends up with a rushing stat line of 20 carries for 122 rushing yards and 1 rushing touchdown. He was 12 for 18 passing, 137 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. Brian Dick, 14 carries for 110 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. Kyrie Bunny ends up the leading receiver for Martinsburg, 5 catches. Leader in receptions, at the very least, 33 yards. Leader in receiving yards was Boston Todd, 3 catches for 47 and a receiving touchdown. Brian Dick had 2 catches for 15 and a score. Delvin Wheeler, 1 catch for 34. And that pretty much gets through all of it. Boston Todd, 2 carries for 16 yards. But, wow, what a game.
Postgame stats brought to you by RAI Properties LLC, servicing the tri-state area. Call them at 304-200-3144 or visit www.raiproperties.com. Let's now get our awards in and wrap things up, starting off with the electrifying play of the game brought to you by CMH Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg. Stop in, see them today at 48 Kelly Island Road in Martinsburg, or call 304-263-8821. Proud to be the owners who just care more. I think there's only one play that you can really do here. I don't know. You're on the same page as I am right now or not?
I think there's a lot of different candidates for this one. Electrifying play of the game. Maybe there's one that you're thinking of. I might give another award to. I got to go with the 43-yard touchdown pass.
Okay.
From Coy Fagan.
That's fair.
To Boston Todd to tie the game. I could very well go with the 47-yard run by Coy Fagan to set up the go-ahead touchdown. I could have went with another one that I'm gonna save for another award here, but overall, just a lot of candidates for this one. I'm going with the touchdown pass to Boston Todd to tie the game.
All right, I'll see if the collision of the game then is the play that I'm thinking of.
It's the tackle for loss on the 2-point conversion.
Yes. I think that, honestly, might deserve both.
It might deserve...
Because that was the play that decided the game.
It absolutely was. But I figure I'd make room on the collision
these are your
of the
awards.
Game. I'll give that the collision of the game. It was also electrifying as well. But I figure I'd spread the wealth a little bit since there were so many plays in this one to go off of.
Collision of the game brought to you by Cody's Auto Body at 851 Wilson Street, Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Call them at 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page.
First award of the year for Dalvin Wheeler, I think. Good hands catch of the game.
Good hands catch of the game brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg.
Oh, that was an insane catch that he had. I mean,
yeah, kind of just fell into his lap in all honesty.
Right. I mean, that was at a time where Martinsburg really needed a big time play, and it wasn't. It was a lot of luck to that one, but the result was still a 34-yard game.
And last but not least, our player of the game, brought to you by CMA's Martinsburg and Winchester dealerships, proud to be the owners who just care more.
There's a few honorable mentions in here. Peyton Kaufman had a great game. Nick Buskey at linebacker, but I got to go with Coy Fagan. Over 100 yards rushing, 122, 10 on 20 carries. One of his season highs, if probably number 2 behind the Spring Mills game. He had 2 interceptions early, but recovered with 2 touchdowns in the second half. When he needed to, he made the big plays and got the onside kick right at the end to secure the victory. So
he really does it all.
Him.
Yeah.
Yep. Gatorade Player of the Year, Player of the Game in the state semis.
That wraps it up. Again, final score: Martinsburg 35, Huntington 34. For the 15th time in program history, the Bulldogs are headed back to the state championship, and they'll take on an opponent 5 hours away who is actually a 15-minute drive down the road. Spring Mills Cardinals.
It's funny how these things work.
It's an EPAC state championship. Panhandle gets to go to Charleston and showcase the talent one final time this year. For the final time for us this year, wraps up football coverage.
Yeah, that's going to be an awesome game, and this has been an awesome season. The Bulldogs this year have been so fun to watch, dominating every opponent that they face through the regular season, the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, and then they send us off with a fantastic back-and-forth game.
Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. For Nick Verzolini back in the studio, Kenny May, our cameraman, John Alderton, our on-site producer, and Dylan Bishop, I'm Colin McLaughlin signing off. This has been West Virginia High School Playoff Football Talk Radio, WRNR, and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Welcome back to Gold Nation Buffet. I'm Ryan, and I'm so excited to show you guys the hibachi station. It's phenomenal. Check this out. What's incredible about the hibachi station? You can use this screen system, choose everything from your meats to your sides to pho, ramen, and so much more right here. And they'll build it for you right on down here at the station. And boom, there you go. All those requested ingredients fresh on the plate and ready to go. Come on down here, Golden Nation Buffet, for their incredible hibachi station. We'll see you soon.
With a great selection comes great possibilities. And at CMA's CDJR of Martinsburg, the possibilities are endless. Shop our amazing selection of new vehicles like the Ram 1500. And right now, save on new Jeeps like the Wrangler and Grand Cherokee models. Plus, every Jeep purchase comes with our Jeep Wave program. So wherever your possibilities take you, you'll be connected. Shop CMA's CDJR of Martinsburg today. Owners just care more.
It's not rocket science. Get a 12-piece chicken for $12 at happy hour from 5 to 7 p.m. with the Rocks app.
Order number N58.
It's not rocket science. Get a 12-piece chicken for $12 at happy hour from 5 to 7 p.m. with the Rocks app.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
The thing I'm most passionate about with my clients is that 95% of them that come to me, they've never been in trouble in their lives. They've got careers, promising futures, things that matter.
So thankfully, after it was all said and done, I had no DUI and I had no more stress facing me or my family.
When you're on the fence whether to hire a DUI attorney, I always say that you really cannot afford not to. My name is Harley Wagner. My law practice has been exclusively focused on driving under the influence cases throughout the state of West Virginia.
scoreboard show as Martinsburg gets the win over Huntington in the state semifinals, 35-34. The Bulldogs are headed back to the state championship game for the 15th time in program history. We do have some other high school football final scores to talk about as Martinsburg will play against their EPAC rivals for the state championship, Spring Mills, who gets it done today against Hurricane. And this one wasn't even close. 49-7 win for the Cardinals after a tough one against Morgantown last week that Spring Mills pulled out 14-7. So that is your 4A state championship, number 1 Martinsburg against number 2 Spring Mills. In AAA, Herbert Hoover defeats Princeton yesterday, 35-12. Herbert Hoover's headed to the state championship to take on Bridgeport, who defeated Fairmont Senior today, 36-7. In AA, it will be Frankfort taking on Roane County as both of them get dominating victories. Frankfort beats Williamstown 49-7. Roane County beats Independence 42-7. And then in Single A, Cameron will take on, most likely, Wamaha, if they're able to hold on against Tucker County, who trails 16-6, though, early in that one. Cameron getting the win over Tug Valley, 36-0. So that will do it here for the high school football season. As, again, we will not have coverage of the state championship game, but we will hear from probably both teams' head coaches and do some interviews this week for you on the sports mix as the two teams will face off for the state championship. But that will do it for us. I'm Nick Verzolini saying so long here from the studio. And once again, Martinsburg gets the win over Huntington 35-34. They're headed back to the state championship.
Life is evolving. Over the past decade, the way we do almost everything has changed. Get on your phone, see something you like, click on it, and it shows up at your door. Why should the way you have your car serviced be any different? Why waste your time going to a dealership service department when Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to you? They service all makes, all models, and offer full parts and labor warranties. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to your door or office and service your vehicle while you're doing what you need to be doing, conducting that business meeting or mowing the lawn. Why take time out of your busy schedule when you don't have to? Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet's friendly, knowledgeable staff will come to you where you live or where you work for full service maintenance, from oil changes to tire rotations, brakes, batteries, multi-point inspections. They handle it all. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet is committed to delivering the best of the best to their customers. Trust them to service your vehicle where you're at home or at work. Skip the time-consuming and terminal wait at the dealership. Schedule your appointment at fordofhagerstown.com or HancockChevy.com.
Mother Shuckers. Fresh Florida stone crab straight from the boat to your throat. Blue crabs, king, snow, Dungeness, all available year-round. Try and find that anywhere else around here. Homemade soup specials every day. Mother Shuckers is located at 1014 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Mother Shuckers, we have an opinion. If you don't like it, shuck it up, Buttercup. Come on over to Mother Shuckers.
The Skinner family has been representing West Virginians for more than 50 years.
We've changed the name of our firm to Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers because we want to be clear about what we do. We represent people who have been in car, truck, and other catastrophic accidents.
We're here to be a voice for the injured and vulnerable, and we take that job seriously with deep commitment to serving our clients wherever they are.
Just Google Skinner Accident Lawyer or visit SkinnerWins.com. We'll treat you like family.
This is Cody with Cody's Auto Body. The stories are on the way. Reliving glory days, the injury that prevented stardom, or the inevitable, I even could have made that play. With football season comes a lot of delusion of greatness. Well, no one believes you would have made it in the big leagues. Let's at least make them think you're a good driver. Bring that vehicle to me and I will make it the pride of the parking lot at every game. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body, the MVP of your season. That's Cody's with a T for trust.
The thing I'm most passionate about with my clients is that 95% of them that come to me, they've never been in trouble in their lives. They've got careers, promising futures, things that matter.
So thankfully, after it was all said and done, I had no DUI and I had no more stress facing me or my family.
When you're on the fence whether to hire a DUI attorney, I always say that you really cannot afford not to. My name is Harley Wagner. My law practice has been exclusively focused on driving under the influence cases throughout the state of West Virginia.
Adventure takes you here, but much of it starts right here in West Virginia, where Toyota has lived alongside hardworking West Virginians for over 25 years, investing over $2 billion in the Buffalo manufacturing plant and bringing in over 2,000 jobs. And that helps fuel the local economy. Thanks for making Toyota the #1 selling brand in West Virginia. See your dealer and start your adventure today. Toyota, let's go places.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Orsini's Home Store, Century 21 Modern Realty Results, Cody's Auto Body, The Palace Lounge, CMA Honda, the Berkeley County Health Department, Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, Brown's Funeral Home and Cremations, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, CMA Chrysler Dodge, WVU East, the law firm of Burke Schultz Harmon and Jenkinson, RAI Properties, Parsons Ford, Rocks, John Hardy, Gary Kelly Allstate, and Panhandle Dumpsters.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.